Good evening. It is Monday, August 18th, and this is a meeting of the Southborough Planning Board. The Planning Board is now in session.
Hold on. Am I getting, am I getting echo? No. Not, okay, I pulled the plug.
Pull the plug. The first item on the agenda?
No, it still is. Arnie, how did you show me last time? Because I did everything except what you did. I shut this off, I shut that off. Hello? Hello? Is it echoing? Not? Okay.
The first item on the agenda? Is proposed bylaw changes.
Thank you, Marty.
So proposed bylaw changes, the first is the ADU accessory dwelling unit. Ms. Houlihan.
So I think where we last left it was for the remainder of the planning board to review, and if there were any suggested edits. Otherwise, I think we're in a state where we're ready for a public meeting. So I think I have no more additional comments.
Ms. DeMaria.
I'm ready with it. Also, just wondering, I saw the communication to the chair of the ZBA. Just wondering if we have any comments from ZBA?
We have not heard back anything.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Braccio.
Thank you. Thank you, Marnie, for doing this. This was great, and I have no further edits.
Yes, thank you. Great job. So just to recap, we're just bringing the accessory dwelling unit bylaw up to state codes. We're changing, in our code, it's accessory apartment, so we're updating the term to accessory dwelling unit, adding the by right use in the districts where it's allowed by right, and then updating the special permit, so anything that's not, doesn't comply with the by right, you could get the special permit for. But everything else just is staying the same.
I think the only thing we did do was also remove it from the industrial park district. Did you just say that?
Oh, yeah, no, I didn't say that.
And then remove the definitions, replace the state definition, and with the no mobile home or travel trailer, which was our town
Yeah.
bylaw. So those were kind of the big changes. I'll take the next step and put it into a publicly consumable presentation so we can prepare for the public hearing process in anticipation of our special town meeting.
Okay. And we also removed the cap from the special permit. There was a no more than 5% of dwellings could be accessory dwelling units. We removed that. So we're ready for, to start the hearing on the 8th? Okay. Any questions or comments from anyone in the room or anyone on Zoom?
We have nobody on Zoom. And I have one comment. So the next step will be to take Marnie's final draft and provide it to the select board through the town administrator so that they can put it on one of their agendas and refer it back to the planning board for the public hearing process. And what we will do is planning will already put the legal ad in the paper for this. We have to give it to the paper for Wednesday for the next 2 Mondays following in order to make the next meeting. But I already informed Mark Purple what we were doing and that he could get the draft on one of his upcoming meetings, that there was a 2-week, almost a 3-week time frame where we can get that moving.
So we don't need a reference for the hearing, we just need it for them to put it on the warrant. So it's fine
Yes.
to start hearings
Yeah.
before they.
Right. Right, and we do, there is a, we confirmed the placeholders were returned back onto the warrant today.
For 3 placeholders?
Um,
Could be ADU, IP, the one we forgot on the agenda this week, which is the removing the cap on the 55 plus, and then that's also IP, so I think that's a broader discussion if we include that or make it 2 separate
So
with our IP changes.
the warrant article related to Atlantic Management's initiative is actually 2 placeholders. One, because there are 2 articles in the one page of the warrant article that was provided, the definition and then the special permit. So when we get to that topic, we'll have to discuss that order.
So then we might need 5 placeholders for warrant.
So we have, those 2
Right.
are already on there. The
So those are on, the removing the cap is on.
Oh, it
It's
is,
The
okay.
ADU and the IP.
And the IP, okay.
Yes, those were the 2 that fell off but are back on again today.
Anything else? The next proposed zoning change is the updating the uses in the industrial park district. And our zoning expert, Ms. Houlihan?
Sure. So this is, again, I think this came out of public comments around the language being used in our town codes, which are kind of circa 1800s. So we are revising some of that language. The industrial park was identified as an area that needed an overhaul. So what we've basically done is trying to attempt general cleanse and updating of language, which would include kind of new permitted uses, which are much more expansive than what was in there, and then an expanded use of special permitted uses. We have kind of gotten rid of things that are like newspaper, job printing, publishing, some terminology that's archaic and antiquated, and really trying to just kind of make this a little bit more modern. So we modernize and broaden the allowable uses. We encourage commercial, medical, recreational, and clean tech or light industrial development. We add clarity in operational conditions such as environmental impact and screening, and we remove or de-emphasize the outdated or less economically aligned uses like janitor housing and ski tows. So we have a draft that's been circulating just with our planning board. It has not yet made it to any other boards or committees, and so I think where we left it last time was myself and Alan Belniak had taken a stab at this after a committee had gotten together. That was a group of select board, Mimi, and some other people that worked on some language. I've subsequently refined that and then asked for my fellow planning board members to comment. So I think it's at this point where we'd like to hear back from our planning board members. Ms. Luttrell?
Mr. Maria?
Thank you, Marnie, for putting this together, and for also everybody who's participated in this. I think that went into even the activities last year. I really like the general additions at the top, the general performance standard saying that all uses shall not produce excessive noise, vibration, odor, or emissions beyond the property line. Since we do have dark sky, should we add also light to that? So, because this applies to both the permitted uses and also the special permit uses. So I was thinking just for completeness, maybe there's a way to say that, but it sort of encompasses everything.
Sorry, can you clarify what you mean? Because we have a whole illumination section that covers every district.
And that's for site plan, that's under site plan, but some of this is, I mean, I think just for completeness, that's all. Because these others fall under like nuisance and other things that, you know. Does that make sense to not to put it there then?
No, well, I guess if there's a specific recommendation, because I'm not really sure I'm following, because the illumination bylaw, it's not just for major site plan. It's a town bylaw, an ordinance that applies to anything.
Yeah. I guess maybe I was thinking just, if somebody's going, if this is part of the code, right, somebody's going to the code and they're looking at that, it would just be complete. But it's okay with me since that's we have this dark sky bylaw. The only one, and I think the uses are fantastic. You did a really nice job. The only one I think I have a little bit of concern about is number 10, which is the wholesale distribution and storage. And the reason is because, while we might think of that as maybe being like, a little small company that has little vans go in and out, it could be something like a large food wholesale and distribution. There could be refrigerated trucks, there might be, coming in overnight, and I would like to see that instead down in special permit section.
So just for clarity, can you tell me what you're looking at?
Yeah, I can't figure.
Because I think you're looking at the plain language, like what's different summary versus the actual draft bylaw. So
Okay.
the draft bylaw, Colleen just put up there. So it's not number 10, but
It's
let
not
me
number
just, no, it could be the light manufacturing, which is number 9. In uses permitted up to 50,000 square feet, and that's one of our topics we need to discuss. Most other towns are 75,000 feet, because really nothing can get done in 50,000 feet.
Okay, hang on one sec while I just look through this really
Sure.
quickly. So this is, it was under permitted. So
Yeah.
I think you're correct.
It could be things like, our number 7, indoor facilities for wholesale trade, distribution, and storage of goods and materials, excluding any use involving the transfer, handling, or storage of solid waste, hazardous waste, or other regulated materials. All operations shall be conducted within enclosed buildings, and outdoor storage is prohibited unless expressly permitted by the special permit. So we can tweak the language, or we can have the conversation around indoor facilities. Because I think your worry is just whether or not we bring in things that make noise and cause environmental concerns.
Right. Yeah, I'm looking at number 3 also, but I don't think it's that facilities for sale, storage, or distribution. That's specific, right?
Yes.
The lumber and construction materials and
Correct.
landscape? Okay, no, it's not that one. Yeah, it would be number 7, maybe. Just
So it's either could be 7 or 9, the light manufacturing, which is also fabrication, assembly, processing, and packaging of finished products and parts. And so we can, the 1 and 9, such operation shall not produce noise, vibration, odor, smoke, glare, or other environmental impacts detectable beyond the property line, and shall not involve heavy machinery, hazardous materials, or large-scale freight operations. We might be able to combine 7 and 9, or alternatively move one of those into permitted, requiring special permit.
Yeah, my concern is really with the reefer trucks, these refrigerated trucks mainly. And it could be, let's say even, I'm sure Amazon and those fulfillment centers have them as well. Just because they are not subject to the idling laws because they've got food, right? So that if they are going to pick up food and it's the middle of the night and someone's not there, they may have to keep their trucks running, let's say, till the morning, till somebody arrives. So, and that's, that's something I have concern about, because our neighborhoods are very close to Route 9.
Okay, so I think that's a topic for discussion for the planning board. So I wrote that note down.
And that's it, those are my only concerns. You did a really nice job.
That's
Thank
great.
you.
Ms. Braccio.
Thank you. Thank you again, Marnie, for doing this. I just have one question, and maybe I'm just diving too deep when I read this. On number 4, under retail establishments and consumer service providers engaged in the sale of goods or incidental preparation. So when I read this, I think of possibly like a grocery store or something. And grocery stores do prepare, let's see, no manufacturing, fabrication, or assembly of products occur on site. I mean, I'm thinking of like, and again, I'm probably diving too deep, but I'm thinking like maybe a bakery or a meat counter or something. Would that be considered incidental preparation for goods for immediate sale? I mean, I looked at the word incidental and I said, that is so up for speculation. And I just want to make sure that we're not stopping a potential vendor. Again, I'm always hoping for a grocery store in Southborough. And, I just want to make sure that we're not inhibiting them from being able to. And again, tell me that I'm wrong and I'm just diving into this too deep, but I just Your thoughts?
So there are two of these. So the first one is in a permitted use depending on the square footage. So usually like 75,000 square foot building or below, which is what I would propose we put in versus the 50,000. I just think it's such a small amount of a footprint for anybody to go in. But where we say it's kind of incidental or de minimis kind of customization, it is like a bakery or a cake place or something small. Requiring a special permit is number 2 is the retail establishments with on-site manufacturing, which is a little bit more of a larger scale, but that would exceed the 75,000 square foot and require a special permit process.
Okay, I didn't link the two, so thank you. That was my only
Yep,
question.
no
Thanks.
problem. Thank you. So with incidental preparation, do you think that the wording is okay as is then with that understanding?
It is. Again, I try to think of it from a layperson that doesn't understand zoning and planning and what the intent may be. And they may have the same question I had. I mean, I'm fairly new to planning still. So, again, I'll leave that up to the rest of the board because obviously no one else had that concern.
Yeah, we could use something like small batch or quantities like, I don't know, smaller than a pallet or, like definable. I can look into that.
All set? Yes. Thank you, Marnie. And Alan, who's not here, but he'll be watching this. So I don't have an issue with the 75,000. You spoke with Don. Did he have an issue with making it larger, or?
No, he thought it was something very specific at the time, and they thought if they put 50,000, that would mandate the person to come get a special permit, because they didn't want to necessarily have it by right. So
Okay.
he said that they rarely, I mean, granted, the uses by right were so limited, the 50,000 was just too small, and that if we looked at neighboring towns, so I did look at neighboring towns of Westborough and Marlborough, and 75,000 to 100,000, but I think given our town size and some of
Yeah.
the property locations, I thought 75,000 would be the right stamp. We can talk to developers too, just to see if that makes sense. Can you do some of these things in a 75,000 square foot location? If they come back and say it's not economically feasible, it'd have to be 100,000, I think we should do a little bit of that diligence before September 8th, and I'm happy to do that.
Okay. Which is what they'd say, that
Of course,
it
I
has
will
to
say
be
that. I know, exactly.
500,000. And the other question I would ask is, do you think we should do like special site plan by special permit, so it would be a one-stop before the planning board? Because I think the special permits now are zoning board, and we have been talking about streamlining the process.
So my gut, Mimi, is we don't go there. I think that it's such a controversial subject matter. Like, if we can get some of the bylaws changed, and then we can maybe come back and talk about it, once we either have a proactive discussion with the zoning board that we can spend more time on it. But I think it'll be perceived as a land grab, and they will not support it for a town meeting vote. And since it requires 2/3, I would say, let's forego that for this round.
Okay.
That would be my recommendation, but I would leave it up to my peers.
So it would be a site plan by special permit, so there wouldn't be two different permits, so it's not. And I should mention that streamlining permitting was a goal of the Economic Development Committee for years, and it was a goal when they, years ago, when they did the zoning rewrite, that was what they had. One of the suggestions to streamline permitting was to have uses that require a site plan and a special permit to come before the planning board, so it wasn't a two-step process. But we can leave that for now.
Don't disagree. I just think it's more of a political hot topic right now.
Okay. All right, so in this also, start hearings on the 8th? Okay. Any comments from anyone in the room? Anyone on Zoom?
I think we should just leave this discussion item open to revisit when we come back with our guests from Atlantic around the IP district zoning and how we might think about
Yeah.
that.
Okay. Okay, next item on the agenda, open space notification letter and open space spreadsheet. I think when we did the last, what's it called? When Lucas,
Monitoring report?
yes, thank you. Yes, when Lucas was here for the monitoring report, it came up again that we should take a proactive step and notify people who had open space on their property, because they may not realize that. And there was a draft letter that Lucas did, and Lisa rewrote it to make it nicer. So, you want to take it away, Lisa?
So, as Mimi said, as we talked about it last time, I thought of it more of an educational tool to the public. A lot of people don't know they have open space, and I just, again, we had thought that the proposed letter from Lucas was very stern, and I think it would have raised a lot of red flags with people. So I tried to take the important parts of what he did and put it in a more educational form. So if somebody, I think we should be sending this, my opinion, I think we should be sending this out to homeowners that have open space irregardless. I think it's a larger project, because I think to effectively do this, we're going to probably want to look at each individual parcel and send something showing them where the open space is. So I think it's a much bigger project, but I think initially having, a letter and to start working toward this. So again, obviously open to thoughts from everybody. I tried to come up with something that wasn't as you're in trouble and, blah, blah. So shame on you. So again, I'm certainly open to thoughts on the first draft that I did, and yeah.
Could I just interject one thing? Lisa, were you?
You may.
Thanks. Were you also thinking, abutters to open space? Because it's not only the open space property owners
Yeah.
with the easements, but often the encroachments are the next lot over, where they don't really pay attention to where their property line is, and they might dump their yard debris over. So one consideration would be that additional group of people, if you have a budding.
And we could certainly add something like that, you are either a property owner or an abutter to open space. And again, I think it's important to put a map in when we do get to that point, so somebody's not going to have to panic and go look, that it's going to be right in front of them. And, less legwork for them is a better educational tool in my mind.
Because when we do send the letter out that Lucas is going out to do site visits,
Yep.
We do send it to the abutting residents as well. And we get a few calls every year just for clarification, so this will be really helpful for them too.
Ms. Houlihan?
Thank you, Lisa, for doing this. I think it has a nice tone, and it's very gentle in easing their education. I'm curious just to think about, because I think this is good for every open space owner. I don't know how easy it is for us to find the abutters of open space, like if there's a database of that. I think the database that I'm working on is literally like the development. So we'd have to go in and identify all the houses in the development. The detail of the reports, at least from the last 4 years, do not say, 20 X road. It basically says there were, oil drums found on the properties. But it doesn't, it'll show you, but I don't have the time to find which property that is on the map. So I guess the question is, maybe we start with sending this out just to open space owners. And since we now have the Lucas, if you're going to be sending it out to the abutters, maybe we start this year to say, this goes to everyone who has the open space, because that's easily discoverable, correct?
Also, a good resource is the deed research database that we
Right.
have, right? And there's always a map that's colored and it shows, and albeit those are older, but you can still decipher some, like something to do with
Perfect. Then I think it's kind of like a two-phase process
Yeah.
where we send this nice note and then you send the information about Lucas. And then we follow up with the outcome of that, like maybe provide them with a PDF, link for them to click on or something like that and send electronically if they can opt into electronic communications or just start to make things a little bit easier.
Okay, 'cause we're also in the process of fixing the open space on the GIS mapping
Oh, great.
with ARPA funds that we have to complete by December. So working on that too, so it'll all culminate into a.
And those ARPA funds will cover this for open space communications to take this
No, we
letter,
have
or
a
no?
budget- We have a planning board budget.
Oh, great.
line For that kind of work.
Perfect. Lisa, thank you.
Mr. Maria?
Thank you, Lisa. I think it strikes the right tone. It's very nice. I was thinking, I had found out a while back that the conservation agent mentioned to me, they create like a welcome packet for people when they come into town. And it has more than just, like, if you live near conservation land, it's got like, if your dog needs a collar and a license kind of thing. And so this would be a great letter also moving forward for people who move into town. I guess if we're aware that they abut conservation or they have it on their property. So I think it has lots of multiple uses.
Yeah.
It'd be great. It's great. Thank you.
And I would be happy to work with Karina and Colleen. I mean, this is an undertaking, putting together, the maps and everything. I mean, I still have when Open Space did the deed research, I still have all of those. So I'd be happy to help pull together, any of the maps or anything we may want to include, or as Marnie said, be able to link to. I'd be happy to work with, so you guys, it's less work for you, to get this done.
That would be helpful because right now, what's stalling us from getting the deed research database updated by Lucas, because we have a contract with them, with ARPA funds, is me being able to provide them the additional 15 locations and then some fixes that I've been tracking. So, yeah, I think we'll get some bandwidth in the next month or two.
So I'll work with you. We'll pull like subdivision by subdivision. We'll go and do it that way. And, but I'll be happy to, to spearhead that. So, we'll make it easy enough that all really we would ask of you and Colleen is just to mail them. If that would be helpful, I'd be more than happy to do that.
Should we send this to the Open Space Preservation Commission just
Yeah.
for their comment?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay,
Can we do that?
we can?
And thank you. I think you did a nice job.
Yeah, super. And it will help to solidify, if we meet Lisa and talk about it, it helps us brainstorm and gives us an actual starting point. If we schedule a meeting, then you have to do it, as opposed to pushing it off because it's not a fire all the time. Thanks.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is 250 Turnpike Road, 40B. I guess that is coming back before the zoning board on the 20th?
It's on this Wednesday, August 20th, and the peer review has also come in for that project, and there's a copy of, a hard copy of it from Howard Stein Hudson in your packet. And so if the planning board wants to comment prior to the 20th, a letter could be formulated if you have any specific topics you want to make the ZBA aware of.
Ms. Houlihan?
I would like a chance to go through that, and I can do that tomorrow. I think my greatest, one, I know they worked closely with the neighbors to kind of establish this development. I think my biggest worry were all these proposed homes that would literally on the wetland mark. There are, I think, 4 or 5 of them, so I'm sure homeowners would love to live on the wetlands. So I was just kind of curious about how, I mean, I know it's a 40B and a lot of those laws can get overruled. But that was just my first tell. Otherwise, I think I need a few more minutes to kind of review it and provide my comments back.
Mr. Maria?
I agree. Are you saying that you might take this on, Martin? I'd like the opportunity to take a look because I really haven't been able to take a dive into it, but I think that the planning board should comment.
Same, and I had the same concern, Marnie, as I looked at the placement of some of these houses. They're like in the 20-foot, no touch, and, yeah, so, but I'd like to look through this more as well.
I haven't, so I just saw this tonight when I walked in. I don't know if, are we going to write 5 different letters? So I think we need to have some parameters, otherwise we can't just write a letter that hasn't been discussed at a meeting. I have some specifics on the waivers that I would like to be included.
You want to go through those? At least we can discuss those and then
Yeah.
add them to the letter. And also, do you have a start here? Would it be easier to alleviate the town planner to, you want me to draft it and then send it over for you to finalize it?
I am out of town tomorrow morning
Okay,
for the week.
good for you. So I will take your notes after we discuss it, and I can write
Okay.
a draft, Karina, if that eases your plate.
That would be helpful. We do have a letter previously as a boilerplate, if you want me to get you that, or you can just start fresh, but either way.
Okay.
It's just that time is of the essence because the
This is
meeting.
Wednesday. Yep.
Yeah. So Marnie, you will
Mhm.
assist, okay. thank
So my comments were on the waivers for the sign being illuminated after 10. And because the sign is located on the front lot, it's not located on within the 40B locus. So it's not entitled to that waiver. And B, there are other 40Bs on Route 9, and the signs aren't lit 24/7. And I think that these waivers were asked for 120, and that sign was also not within the 40B locus, and they did not receive the waiver. So to be consistent, I think that we should bring that up. There's a section of the landscaping that prohibits invasive species that they want waived, saying that they don't want natives, but if you waive that whole section, it appears as if you're enabling invasive species. And my point on the natives, the landscape plan is almost all natives. There are only a couple that aren't. The reason for waivers is in order to make a development economic, and I think having all native is not going to make the development uneconomic. And the environmental benefits of having natives are of utmost importance. Oh, and then there was a waiver requested for major residential development, which is a special permit, and 40B doesn't need to waive any of those. They're not applicable to 40B. And I had one comment on, specific on the landscape plan. They have 2 different planting tables. One's for foundation and one is for like around the boundary. But in some places it's difficult to tell because the foundation's very close to the boundary. And they have the same abbreviations that mean 2 different plants. And one of them is a yew, which is a very low-growing shrub, and the other one is a cedar, which is a screening plant. So I wouldn't want to see the yews for screening and the cedars for the foundation planting. It just makes it confusing, and I know how developments get done, and some things aren't read that carefully. And I'd like to see better screening for the abutters, that some of those townhouses are right on their property line. Those are my comments.
And then they, we had talked about our own when they come in for major site plan change. They'll have to do that. So is that something we should remind them that they need to do?
Oh, that reminds me, that was the other thing. There's a change of the lot line in there that is stamped by a civil engineer, which is not allowed. Needs to be stamped by a surveyor.
And I think the road, the easement for the road was what we anticipated. So I guess my only bigger comments that we would add to supplement to say that we've discussed it tonight was the wetland plantings, the requirement of major site plan. They have to come back with their, to alter the one that we literally just approved.
If they change the lot.
If they change the lot. Okay.
Anything else on that? Any more comments? Oh. I forgot the note on the surveyor, though. I can send you the section of Mass General Law, if that's helpful. Okay. Anyone else have any comments on 250? Anyone in Zoom?
One attendee, no hands raised in the Zoom waiting room.
One attendee? What's happening here? Okay. Next item on the agenda is a public hearing. And we're definitely after 7. 118 Turnpike Road, Site 103, Back 9 Golf, major site plan approval, change of use, continued from 7/14. Anything you want to update us on that?
Sure. So on August 11th, we received submission number 2, which we consider submission number 2, which included a waiver request letter dated August 11th, 2025, and then also a presentation for planning board review to help the planning board and the public understand what the Back 9 golf business is all about. We also, let me just see. if there's anything else here. This was prior to the last one. No, and that's it. That's basically all the new information.
Perfect, thank you. Well, hello, welcome.
Nice to see you all.
again. Yeah. Thanks for coming in on a beautiful day out there. It's great.
No place I'd rather be. Do you have anything you want to add or update us on, or?
Well, I'll just introduce myself, George Bonan, on behalf of the landowner, David Ferris, actually, in this case. And to my left is Eric Barbieri, the business owner of, it's not the Back 9, but
Well, yeah, it's Patriot Indoor
Patriot
Golf.
Indoor, yes,
yeah,
DBA Back 9
Yeah.
Golf. So Karina clearly stated our updated letters and presentation materials, which I think have answered many, if not all, of the board's questions from last time. I know Mr. Balniak, who doesn't seem to be here today, had several questions related to wastewater, traffic. I think those are addressed in here. I don't know if he left comments with you or not, but we think we had answered everything. With that, I think we'll turn to the board and take any questions you have.
Thank you. Ms. Houlihan.
Welcome back.
Thank
So I reviewed everything, and I think it answered all my concerns. Mine was mostly that 24/7.
Yep.
I think your data speaks volumes, so thank you for compiling that. I think that helps us with a lot of clarity in doing this. Seems like a really interesting business. I hope you can find clientele in this economy that are willing to have that disposable income of your monthly membership fees. But it looks great to me, and I have no questions. The only question that I would have back to Ms. Luttrell is, I know the waiver requests, specifically on the lighting level. And since this is an indoor, does this even apply? That they're asking for the waiver request on the lighting levels, which they're not touching that. It was the 172.12.1Q, the lighting levels. And so they're asking us to basically say whatever's going on in the parking lot stays in the parking lot. It's not really affecting what's going on at Patriot Indoor Golf. So I wasn't sure if that was a waiver that we would grant, or if they even need to put a waiver in. That was my first question on that first waiver request.
Well, I think that they do, because the previous site plan did not say the hours were 24/7 and that the lights would be on 24/7. So that's one of the questions on my list. And yeah, so I don't know
Okay.
if we want that.
Yep, fair enough. That's all I had for now. Let the other ones go.
Mr. Murray?
Hi, good to see you again. Yep, lighting was the same. Thank you. I appreciate the letter that you prepared. So this, I understand that you're proposing just to keep the lighting on inside, so it would be lit so that when persons come in overnight hours, that it's not going to just turn on for them. It will be already lit like this room, essentially, something like that.
Well, we're not speaking to the lighting inside. Of course, the lighting, I believe, inside would be on all night. Right, but we also intend to tint the windows, so there won't be lighting exuding outside. What I was referencing when I referenced the first waiver, 174-12.1Q, was specifically the 4 light poles in the parking lot right now that are already on past 10 p.m. because it's an office park. Our tenants can go and come as they please, even though like normal hours of operation there and in the office setting are maybe 8 to 6 or 7 to 6 or whatever it is. They can go and come as they please. So we have to keep those lights on for safety and security. And it's been like that for years. The neighboring office parks do it. We're not proposing to change anything like that. And this specific location being on Route 9 with no residential abutters, we've never had a complaint. And we think it makes sense, both given the 24/7 business and the nature of the use, both retail, exercise facility and office. It makes sense to keep those lights on, the parking lot lights on, as they have been. So I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, it does. I mean, my concern is safety, and I think we were talking about, like, would there be like a automatic light that would turn on or something like that. I think this is a better proposal than that. I wasn't aware that the lights are on all night. Is that allowed under the current permit for the property?
Ms. Chair Luttrell had mentioned that it wasn't in the old site plan. I can't speak to that. All I know is what has been occurring on our office park and the neighboring office parks. The lights have been on. The lighting is just on all night across all those properties. And it's like that because people come and go, and the lights need to be on because it's a parking lot. There's a driveway that's being used. They need to be on for safety.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that explanation. I agree with you.
Ms. Brascio?
Thank you. Thank you for coming back again. Thank you for providing all of this information. I think this is great. I've had the opportunity to speak to a bunch of golfers in town as well.
Oh, good.
And people are really excited about this. And I think safety-wise, I think it makes sense for the lights, to be on, especially if you may have a random person coming in with a tea time at 3 o'clock in the morning. It's obviously safety first. So I have no questions other than I think this is great and a great addition to Southborough, so thank you.
Thank you.
So I question the lights on 24/7. I don't think that's the intention of our bylaw. And the previous site plan said the building hours are Monday through Friday, 7 A to 8 P, and Saturday, 8 AM to 12 P, so I don't know where the 24/7 came from.
Well, it's the normal hours of operation for the offices are, 7 to 6 or whatever they are, 7 to 7. That's just when people go and come. But, people can stay in their office and work throughout the night if they need to. And in that instance, we want to make sure that everyone's safe and secure, so we leave the lights on. With this, I do want to, or the waiver I've requested I think is appropriate because it does give the board the opportunity to condition this site plan approval to allow the lighting specifically in the 118 parking lot to remain on 24/7. And I think it's appropriate given that it mentions safety and the general let me actually look at the exact verbiage. Safety and security for lighting needed for, whatever the purpose or use is going to be. And in this case, there's no bylaw that prevents the hours of operation for Back Nine Golf to not be 24/7. They are allowed to be open all night. And if that's the case, we need to provide them with adequate lighting so that their clients are provided safe and secure passage and access to the business.
So are all lights, full lighting on 24/7?
I believe so.
All pools?
I believe so, yes.
I would,
And I'm not asking you to speak to all the lights, but if you could condition this site plan to read that the planning board is allowing the 4 street lights located in the 118 parking lot to remain on for safety and security, I think that would be appropriate here. That way you're not speaking to the rest of the lights in any other parking lot.
well, so it would be the site plan, so it would be for
Yeah.
the site. And if the lights are on at 120, I think that we need to acknowledge that.
Sure, you can, but I don't think you need to. I think you can be specific in your conditioning. There are 4 light poles in the 118 parking lot. You can identify them in the site plan that I've provided. I believe they're there. And that's all we're asking for.
Okay. I think I would like as a condition to be able to, like, in a year review and have a chance to see what that looks like, because we are dark sky compliant, and lights on all night are not dark sky compliant.
Well, then I may have misunderstood dark sky compliancy, or, because I understood it to be where the lights are at a 90-degree angle so that all the light goes down, faces downward, which is what the case is here. Those are the type of light poles we have. They're not at a 45-degree angle, they're at a complete 90-degree angle, so there's no light trespass going above it.
So it's completely dark above it,
Yes, and I had a,
so it won't mess with migrating birds?
I hope not, I don't think so.
Well, light does.
But I did speak to our lighting engineer, and he assured me, I sent him pictures of the current light poles, and he said those are dark sky compliant.
Okay, so I think I would like to be able to have a look back. I think we've done that on a lot of site plans. The other waiver that you requested, for the sign
Yeah.
to be 24/7?
Well, no longer requesting it. I don't think this applies to us. I think it's pretty clear.
I disagree with you.
Okay. The way I read it is Back Nine Golf is a business open to serve the public on site. I'm not sure what else, and I've Googled it. I couldn't really find a term of art. I would have kept the waiver in there if I thought it really did apply to us. I don't think it does, but I'm curious to know what your take is.
My take is that it doesn't serve the public 24/7. It serves the public during the public hours. And then the overnight hours are membership only, and that's not public access.
Well, I would I would say that a member could become a member at any point in time by signing up electronically. Is that true? And therefore, it would be public access if they were to
So-
choose to become a member. That
So they're not going to be there at 2 o'clock in the morning unless they're a member, is that correct?
Yes, but
So that's not public, that's membership.
I think what George is saying, so all the billing system and everything is online. So if you
Yeah.
wanted to at 12:30 at night become a member,
Yeah.
everything's fully automated. The franchise software would assign you a username, a password, and you'd be able to book a tea time.
Yeah,
There was one open within that time. So theoretically, you could sign up and book a tea time an hour later, and
but if you weren't a member, you couldn't show up at 2 o'clock in the morning.
no.
So that's not public.
I would say, well, I guess we would disagree of the definition of public. I think the general public, anyone can sign up for membership, and I think that's what the spirit of the bylaw is.
So I would refer to your letter from June.
Mhm.
Public access is limited to select daytime hours between 9 AM and 7 PM.
Well,
So this would not apply, and we can't waive this.
no, I understand. The context of when I said, I don't know if that was a letter from myself or from who, was
Are
it?
you, George?
I think I am. But the context, when I said public in that context, it didn't mean the same, it wasn't defined the same as it is in this bylaw. I think this bylaw is much more broad and views the public as basically anyone that can go and use the services, and they can become members instantly.
So I disagree with you.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the bylaw is to serve the general public. It would have to be, I mean, I'm just one board member.
I understand.
And so this section cannot be waived. It's one of the requirements of the sign
Sure.
bylaw.
And I don't think it applies, respectfully. I really do feel like this is not the intent of this bylaw, is to hurt businesses that are open past 10 PM, not allowing their patrons to come and use the facilities. I view it the same way as like I would view a restaurant. I mean, I know your view of it is going to be different, but if a restaurant was to stay open until 11 or 12 o'clock at night, you want the signage to be lit up and illuminated.
But Southborough does not want lights all up and down Route 9 all night long. That's why that's there.
I understand.
Southborough is very protective and doesn't want to be Framingham or Westboro.
I agree. And I don't want to, go back and forth, but I would just restate my position in that I don't think this bylaw applies to us, as I believe we're a business to serve the public on site.
And the other thing I would mention, you said there are no residential abutters. You have a 40B for 60 residential units that is approved in that parking lot. So
But they're not there yet.
No, but we have to think of
And-
future residents.
Correct. But of course, their parking lot lights will be lit for safety and security. And this parking lot is surrounded by a forest, basically, in a wooded area. It's really, if there was any place for this to
Yes.
occur, this.
Wildlife doesn't like lights on all night either.
I agree, but in this case, the safety and security of business patrons and tenants come before them, clearly stated in the bylaw.
Okay, so the question of the board is a membership public access?
So I'm going to agree with the chair. I think public access is public access. Access membership is by private membership. So I would agree that a waiver, I don't even know,
No.
we can't even do a waiver. So I guess the question is specific to the signs, right? So you have a sign, so this is, you have a sign on the side of the building right now that's Beehive.
Correct.
So a lot of those signs are illuminated based on the construct of the sign. So, what we're seeing,
Between, not between 10 PM and 6 AM.
I would like to I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have to remind the board that this business is reliant on its ability to market that it's a 24/7 business. It's a business open to serve the public on site. It requires their signage to be lit up. It's on Route 9.
Our bylaw says, no sign may be illuminated between 10P and 6A.
Correct, but you're making a determination right now by saying that the members and the business patrons of this business are not considered to be public,
Right.
right? So by making that determination, you're basically saying this applies. Respectfully, I did ask, I think, and you didn't have to, but I asked for town council's opinion on this because I knew it may have been a point of contention. I don't believe this bylaw applies here. If you believe it does, it's going to detrimentally hurt this business.
Yeah.
My question would be, is the membership restrictive?
They have to
By
pay.
restrictive,
They have to pay.
You have to pay,
yeah.
and that's the only restriction? Do you have to be a certain age? Do you have to have a certain, anything, other criteria? So any public person can join? If they
Because
can?
there are family memberships as well. So there
Okay.
is an Eagle membership where you have the ability to add a second booker on the, so only people with the booking rights are allowed to book a tea time. But we do have an Eagle membership that's meant for families that have 2 logins. So that could be, a person in the family that's the second booker of that. It could be 2 friends as well. But yeah, they could go in and book tea times
Anybody can, if they have a membership.
if they have a membership, correct?
But public access refers to the right of the general public to enter a specific building or areas and to obtain
Yeah,
blah, blah, blah. General public, public use.
yeah. I just wanted to understand if there was any restriction.
Okay.
Mr. Maria and Ms. Braccio.
Okay, so I guess I didn't know that the lights were on all night in the parking lot. I'm going to also agree with the chair. I feel in a way that what we're discussing here is a larger issue, and I'm sorry for the proponent, because the proponent's going to get caught up in this a little bit, but I also don't think that we should waive the illumination part of the bylaw. I think what we're trying to do is just maintain, our beautiful environment and safety, I think, of people who live in town. And I feel very much for the people that are coming in overnight, to be honest. I think it's really cool and a very interesting part of your business, but it's also very low. It's like, I think 1.2% come in those early hours. And so I'm not sure that, members of the town have voted this bylaw to be sort of the law of Southborough. And I'm not sure that a company that comes in and says, well, but we have to be open all night, that puts us in a position, I think, where you're asking us to, waive what the members of our town have asked us to uphold as being something important to them. So I feel in a funny position right now. That's all I can say. I think last time, I had talked about motion sensor or something. I'm sure there are examples of that. But I think there's a larger issue here because I didn't know that the whole property is going to have lighting on all evening. Did anybody know that? I think that's the larger issue, and I'm just got to kind of grapple with that because I think that's the actual issue, not so much your, proposal.
Mr. Mayor, if I may respond, I'm not asking you to waive anything. Once again, I don't believe the sign bylaw applies to us. I'll leave that at that. But I'm only asking you to condition, which you're allowed to do. The bylaw expressly says that you can condition or regulate the amount of illumination on the project site between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. And I'm asking you to exercise that to accommodate a 24/7 business that relies on the ability to be open 24/7 to market. Thank you.
Ms. Braccio.
Thank you. So I'm kind of in a dilemma here, because we've talked a lot about the zoning along Route 9 and how antiquated it is. And I think back when this was approved, there was no vision of something 24/7 like this coming into town. So that's where my conundrum is. I believe that it should be changed. I mean, we should allow for the opportunities. Maybe, again, I'm one voice, I'm one person in the town. But as it sits now, I don't disagree with Ms. Luttrell's reading of this. And I don't know what the solution is. And I certainly don't want to deter business, and I don't want to deter your business, because I think, again, I've had a lot of excitement from people, wanting this to come in. I just don't know what the answer is. Can we ask counsel on the public piece, as Attorney Bahan has said? Can we just find out for sure from him? Again, I think it's a problem, but the bylaw is the bylaw, and it is what we have to go by, and I understand that.
So that's just for the sign, and my feeling is that if you're a member, you know where the building is, and the parking lot's lit up. So I don't think the sign really needs to be lit up 24/7.
I mean, from our perspective, if let's say, so typically the members that use it in those off hours, doctors that work weird shifts, right, and they want to come and blow off some steam before they go home. We have a lot of police officers, firefighters that work the different shifts, and if they're going by the space and they see the light on, they'll know that, oh, this is a place that I can join, become a member, and utilize at this time that typically wouldn't be a normal time I would expect to be able to go in and hit some balls, right? So from our perspective, the ability to have the sign on shows that it's something that is available, and that would help to generate memberships and at least some awareness that it is 24/7.
To add to that, too, even though there's outdoor illumination and the parking lot is lit up, the sign not being lit up may not make it easy for business patrons to find or locate the business, like driving on Route 9. The sign being illuminated is just going to make it much easier to find and make sure that patrons don't pass where they're intending to go.
And Mimi, if I can just add, so my point was on the illumination on the sign. It seems it can't be waived because it's not open to the public. That seems to be the conundrum that we're facing. So that's what I meant when I said about maybe it's something that's antiquated and needs to be changed. Again, I'm just trying to find a way to not deter business, and that's certainly not what any of us are trying to do, but I'm just trying to find a way to possibly make this work. And if the sticking point is open to serve the public, then, again, I would suggest we ask counsel if there's any question, and maybe there's not. Maybe I'm the only one that's kind of questioning that, I don't know.
So if we ask counsel, this would have to be continued. And the other question is, you need a special permit for the use, which you haven't received yet.
Yes, but we have that hearing on Wednesday. So that's a separate matter, but I understand that, yeah. We need a special permit.
So either, I don't know what you think about town council. If you Google the definition of public access, it comes right up that it's not.
Could I ask another question? Have we seen what this sign would look like? Is there a presentation, is there can you
do
show
have a
the planning
mock-up.
board what size it is and where it would be?
Right, does the sign
Yeah.
actually meet our bylaw?
It does meet your bylaw.
Yeah.
I apologize.
That's 20 feet in height.
Yeah, and it will replace the beehive sign that's there.
That does not meet our bylaw.
Oh, okay.
Well-
I think it'll be,
It was put there.
Yes, we recently just got another sign permit from the building commissioner. He is repeatedly now saying it meets the bylaw.
Okay.
If there's an issue, I don't mean to, come at you, Marnie, but
Yeah.
if there's an issue, it really has to be
It's the
dealt
building
with the buil-
commissioner has given you the permit for the beehive sign.
for beehive and bee-tone, yes.
Okay. So that's where our bylaws get thrown out the window. Just saying. there is precedent for,
But I don't think I have a.
We can,
But it's before us now.
Is the picture in your presentation?
It's not, no.
if we email it to you quickly, could you,
Yeah.
Eric, the extension letter email?
Oh, okay.
Colleen is on it, if you could
So-
reply to that.
Sure.
Do we want to continue this, or do we want to condition it?
so I'm inclined to say, like, if you can get a sign where you can turn off the lights, and then we can, between the hours where our bylaw, and then we can, potentially condition to say, subject to, maybe further conversation, or, I don't know how we do that, but the bylaw is the bylaw. I mean, I support Mimi on this, Lisa. I don't think town council, at this point, I don't think it's worth it. I think if you're gonna go make a sign, that you can monitor the lighting on the sign, where you can control the illumination between the hours of 10 and 6. And then if there's an opportunity where we can either revisit the bylaw, that's a town meeting, where you need 2/3 vote to be able to do that. That wouldn't be this coming fall, that would be next year. We could certainly consider doing that. We're doing a lot of bylaw to try and make our bylaws less antiquated in order for you to proceed. But I think it's very challenging for us to override the bylaw as the town has voted.
Could I take a moment with Eric and just step outside to discuss something? Is that all right? Thank you. I'll just be a minute. Thank you. And Marnie, thank you for that suggestion. And I think we're inclined to agree with you. We're happy to get a sign that can be controlled. We can control the timing of it. And if the board's decision here tonight is to view the word public as, not including patrons that are members of this business, and we can't have the sign on between 10 and 6 at this point, we'll agree to do that, and we'll shut the lights off at 10, and then probably won't reopen them at 6, but, whenever it happens. But we would like to revisit it. I would also ask that, I know you said it may not be worth reaching out to town council. I really do think it is worth reaching out to town council. It's, I think the definition or the legal interpretation of this word is very important, not just for this, but for any business that is open past 10 p.m. So I would ask that of you. We would agree to get a sign that we can control the illumination of and shut it off at 10.
So it's a perforated vinyl sign with the LEDs behind it. So it's really not, it's not a super bright, it's not a beehive sign, no offense, Jordan.
None taken.
But, yeah, from behind, so it's perforated vinyl.
But the light behind it puts an aura around the light.
Yeah, yep.
And then the green line is
Yeah, that'll be more illuminated, that'll look more like a normal sign, yeah. So it is and this is the only sign option I have available. The franchise bylaws restrict me to do anything different than this type of sign. So even if I wanted to, I couldn't pick a different sign here. So the square footage I have, I just don't have the actual dimension.
No, I think it's even smaller than that.
Yeah, I know, it's in the,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
And think of what it's replacing.
And that's only 20 feet?
According to our architectural drawings, yes.
Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah, the dimensions are there.
Yeah.
All
The
right.
other thing is
Yes.
the correlated color temperature says 7,000 K. is that something that you would adjust to our maximum of 3,000 K,
So
which you
this
can
was
do?
something, yeah, I did talk to, so we could possibly look at dimming. Because it's perforated vinyl, it needs to be the 7,000 lumens to be able to get through the perforations to make it illuminate. Anything less makes it look like it's not even on. So I ran that by the sign people to see if there was an option to go lower, and they said you can. I mean, there's nothing that they can put lower LEDs on there, but they said you just won't see anything. They had a lot of options to go higher, but we didn't feel we wanted to push the limits and go to like a 10,000 lumen light.
So it's different between a lumen and the Kelvin. So lumen is the amount of kind of wattage, what we used to call wattage.
Okay.
The Kelvin is the temperature.
Oh.
So we have a temperature bylaw where it can't exceed 3,000 Kelvin.
Oh, okay.
And that's, again, the dark sky ordinance that passed in like 2020 in our town meeting. So that's a temperature, so it's basically warmer light
Okay.
versus those cold blue LED lights, which are really bad for humans and
Okay.
The blue light
animals.
reduction
Yeah, I'll just have to get it, yeah.
temperatures.
I think we can definitely make sure we're compliant with that. And just, we haven't applied for our sign permit yet so we'll make sure we're compliant with all the bylaws.
Yeah, I can use different sign companies, so if this sign company is using a technology that's not compatible, we can flip to another one. But as far as the name and the look of it, that's what's restrictive.
And I would just highly encourage you to, again, like, look at our illumination bylaw and our sign bylaw, because those are a little bit more strict. I mean, Mimi, given your appeal, I agree, like, if we want to ask town council what his opinion of the definition of public is based on that. And then I think that we somehow condition this, but, like, I'm happy to work with you for a town meeting bylaw to update some of the language there, because you're not the only person with lighting, sign size, a lot of those things on Route 9. It continues to happen, and I think it would be a lot easier for us and the zoning board if it was just the laws were changed a little bit.
Not to put pressure on the board too, is we would, because timing is a big thing, it's a very crucial factor as it relates to this business right now. We want to get up and running for the fall and make sure that we have all those business patrons that are going to take advantage of indoor golf. And we don't want this to kind of drag out. So, not whatever, but if we can come to reasonable agreements tonight, we'd like to close it.
Yeah, so we can ask for town council just for future reference. And you've agreed not between
10 and 6.
10 and 6.
Mhm.
And I would just say, I think that the residents in Southborough don't want 24/7 Route 9. I think that's why those laws are, maybe things have changed, but that's why those have changed. In the illumination we just passed. So for conditions, the color temperature not more than 3K on the sign, if that's possible. A look back of 1 year on the parking lot lighting
Sure.
to assess if it's too
Abrupt.
bright
Yeah.
or, yeah.
Yeah.
And then we can request that be changed after a year,
Sure. If
up to a year, if it's,
just curious, I usually like to put some standards when it comes to like 1-year lookbacks here. So if there's a complaint to the town, something like that, if the town receives,
what if I complain?
well, you're a resident,
Okay.
you have every right to do so. Reasonable complaints, maybe? Sorry, that wasn't meant to be funny.
That's
That's lawyer talk.
the other lawyer's laughing. That's such a lawyer thing to say.
Is that okay?
Do you know, we've done those look-backs before. Do you remember what that language was?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I think it's.
Contractors.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Very similar. I can read it to you. Exactly what it says.
And I think that we should also condition on the special permit for the use. If the ZBA has any conditions that would conflict with what we've approved, you'd need to modify the site plan.
Okay.
I mean,
I can't imagine that
I
would happen,
don't-
but
but it's better to be
Sure.
safe than sorry.
It's condition number 6 of the contractor's yard building decision. Allowed lighting for the site will be as shown on the approved plans. Lighting specification and photometric plan, and in accordance with zoning code 174-12.1, outdoor illumination. The planning board shall be notified upon completion of site lighting installation. After said notification, the planning board shall have 1 year to review illumination. During this review period, the planning board reserves the right to require adjustment of the number and/or intensity of exterior fixtures if it determines illumination is insufficient or spillover onto adjacent property is excessive. This is subject to the understanding that lighting levels will not go below standard safety requirements. So it's pretty,
I'm okay with that language.
Does that
We've agreed to it
work
once.
Oh, I forgot. Does anyone in the room have any comments or questions on this before we close on Zoom?
and we would also use the other standard conditions that are typical boilerplate.
Sure.
And I will draft a decision, and then I will send it to you for review, as well as to the planning board members for any final comments.
This, I don't think so, because it allows the planning board the right to limit the lighting for that hour. So we'll do the look back instead for those.
So we have waiver requests? Either of the waiver requests are not on the table then?
No.
I make a motion to close the public hearing for 118 Turnpike Road, Suite 103, Back 9 Golf, Patriot Indoor Golf, DBA, Back 9 Golf, major site plan approval, change of use.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes?
Demiria, yes.
Brasher, yes.
I make a motion to approve the major site plan approval, change of use, as conditioned, discussed this evening for 118 Turnpike Road, Suite 103, Patriot Indoor Golf, DBA Back 9 Golf.
Second.
So just to be clear, the conditions were the color temperature of the sign, the lighting look back,
For 1 year, as stated in the contractor's yard building,
okay.
similar?
And then the ZBA special permit, if they have any conditions that conflict, they would need to modify this site plan
Okay, conditions if conflict
with this approved site plan.
with MSPA approval.
And were we going to be specific on the 4 poles at 118 for the lighting?
So in the 1 year look back, it's for the
It's
parking lot?
inclusive of the sign and the 4-year, 4-year.
Well, the sign
4
isn't
poles.
going to be lit.
Sorry, not the sign, the 4 poles
Of the
at
4,
118.
and they're shown on the plan?
They are.
They are.
As shown, the 4 parking lot light poles. as shown on plan. Okay.
It's technically 3 parking lot and 1, like, building.
It's one wall pack? One.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it looks like 3 parking lot and 1 building on the plan.
Approach. And there's, sorry, there's one right here, I want to say. I think it's this. Yeah. So could we actually amend that to say 5, right? Or,
4 parking lot lights and 1 building
Yep.
yes.
wall.
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Okay. So we had a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes?
Demiria, yes.
Brascio, yes.
Thank you. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you very much.
So I'll draft that decision ASAP and send it around.
Excellent. Thank you, Karina.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is a public hearing, 10 Turnpike Road, storage facility, major site plan, modification to major site plan approval. Do you want to update us on this one, Karina?
Okay. Welcome, Raj, James. Good to
Thank
see
you.
you.
You as well, thank you.
So we've received submission number 2 for the modification to the major site plan at 10 Turnpike, which is the All-American Storage Facility. We received that on August 11 and included site plans, 4 sheets dated July 18th, 2025. Hold on one second, just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. That submission was sent to town departments for review and also provided to the planning board. We also have an extension request that is prepared, should we not close the public hearing this evening. And let me just get that out here. Turnpike. I'll do this one here, just in case we need it. So it's my understanding that some work has been done on the lighting, fixtures, et cetera, so I'll let the applicant explain if you don't mind.
Okay, welcome. If you want to introduce yourself. and
Sure, thank you,
Let us
Karina.
know where we are.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Jim DeVellis. I'm with DeVellis Serene. I'm the civil engineer for the project. With me is Raj Malhotra. Raj owns All American Self-Storage, 10 Turnpike Road, Route 9. So we began this 5-6 years ago to construct the self-storage. It was a dilapidated warehouse. It was worked all through COVID. We've been here a couple times. Last time we were here, during the construction, there were some minor modifications we thought were minor. The contractor did them. And then during the peer review, they were highlighted that they weren't exactly to the design plans, the approved plans. So we went back, we submitted a comparison of the existing conditions, the proposed plans and the existing as-built, and highlighted them. Briefly, and I think we explained this last time, the detention basin along Route 9, Mass Highway had us modify some of the drainage, so we did that. One of the doors around the building changed. There was a retaining wall that was less than what we designed because we didn't need to, so it shortened. There was a landscape island that was added and a parking space that was changed. The biggest discussion that we had last time was the lighting, similar to the last project that was here. We got it approved under the old bylaws, which was the 5,000 Kelvin. When it was constructed, the light fixtures that was approved was not available during COVID, so the contractor changed it, still met spillage and all that stuff. But the board asked us to go back, since it was changed, to meet the new requirements of the 3,000 Kelvin versus the previously approved 5,000 Kelvin. So all the fixtures were changed. They're fully shielded. We submitted a revised photometrics plan showing the location, which didn't really change, but the fixtures and the light, that one right there, shows 0 spillage across the property line, and it's the 3,000 Kelvin new 2022 bylaw that was approved that we met. So I think we've satisfied all of the previously approved design criteria, plus the modifications which are shown here that we went through last time. So I think we're okay to close it eventually, hopefully tonight. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. Ms. Houlihan.
Thank you. So I did review the photometric in the plan. So there are some essential things missing. So the first was the criteria around what you're using. So we needed to see the bug rating, just kind of the information about the fixtures. So what you've provided here is that it's a Mester. You have 11, which I counted actually 15. Temperature of 3,000 Kelvin. You have watts of 150 on your summary table up top, but yet you have watts of 100 and 140. So there's a lot of discrepancies on this. So I think we just need to kind of walk through this.
Okay. If I can approach this.
Sure.
I'm not sure if this was emailed, but that plan, at the bottom of it has a table for the, some of the criteria.
I did not see this. Okay, perfect. Okay, so.
And I'll preface it, I'm a civil engineer, so I'm not an electrical engineer. I do my best. But we reached out with the new bylaw, the 22 bylaw, and sent it to the commercial LED lights and said match it. And they told us they did. Gave us this table with the color, the shields, the lens type, the rating, the BUG rating. And that is all on the table.
Perfect. So this is a piece of what we need, so thank you for that. And this does meet that. So the other thing is, I actually built an Excel template for you because I think what's missing is what you need to do according to the bylaws. You are allocated lumens per hardscape, depending on what zone you're in. So because you're in the business highway, you get 5 lumens per square foot of hardscape. So we need to understand the hardscape measurement, and then we need to multiply the hardscape measurement by the allowed lumen use. So that gives you a total lumen. So I've calculated that you have 283,500 in your lumens, and so you basically need to come to that number. You can't exceed that number. And so I've created a template. I don't know if you want to come up and get this, but This is an Excel spreadsheet for you. I'm happy to send it to you. I've highlighted the blue areas that you need to kind of fill out. And if you want to, I'll show you while I'm talking into my microphone. There's 2 if you want to give one to Raj too. Sorry, it's so small, but I wanted to just have it on one page. So first of all, I cite the bylaw, and I've given you a hyperlink just so you have it, and I understand you're not an electrical engineer, nor am I, but this just makes it easy for the plan that you're going to submit. So basically, I've gone through and calculated you have 15 lights, so you have all of this information here. It's just missing like a total, like you have to kind of total what that lumens is. And then based on the property, I think you will be fine, but we need to know how much hardscape you have on your property. So it's part of the bylaw. So how much square foot is hardscape?
So it's a hardscape building, which is on top of everything, but plus the pavement? Does it exclude the building?
It excludes the building.
all-
Yeah,
we're
it's
only
just the
illuminating
pavement. Yeah, it's just the illumination of the pavement around it.
In walkways and?
Correct.
Bylaw, that'll explain exactly what the hardscape is.
I can read that too if it helps.
Yep. And we put your spreadsheet on the screen, Marnie.
Oh, perfect.
Okay,
Yeah, I made one, I customized one for them. I didn't send it to you.
that's okay.
So this is just the template.
I follow you.
And so I filled it out. I just didn't know the lighting manufacturer, the style. And I see some of it's in here. So it's really just those two calculations. And I think once we have that, then we have a final plan, assuming that, I'm assuming you have plenty of hardscape. I don't think you have an issue. You have the largest lumens per square foot hardscape, so I think you'd be fine. So you just can't exceed that 283, 500,000.
Okay,
And that table, like literally, if I send you the template, if you could copy and paste it and put it into the photometric plan, I think that would be complete with this submission as well.
yeah, so, quick question, you, I think on your spreadsheet, I'm just seeing this now, but you have 15. We're showing a plan that has 11 lights.
You have 11 poles, but you have 4 of them that have 2 lights on them.
Oh, I see, okay, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, it seems like a quick exercise, I just didn't,
Yeah, no
this
worries.
information.
It's, I think that's why I created a template, because I think this is probably the 3rd submission that we needed to say this is really important to have on the site plan. So I think if, like, we conditioned it and said, you know, assuming you meet the conditions, and you can just extract this table out of Excel and put it on this, this submission here, and just amend that,
sure.
I think we would meet it, and then this additional supplement becomes part of the application. I'm happy from a photometric perspective.
Thank you for that consideration. So if I understand you right, it would be a condition tonight, approve it with a condition that as long as we meet the requirements of the bylaw per this spreadsheet that you put together, if that's the case, then we'll put that spreadsheet right on the plan, restamp it, and resubmit it.
For the photometric
For the
portion of
photometric
it,
plan,
yes.
sure. Thank you.
Assuming no other planning board member, I become the resident expert here on this stuff, so assuming everyone is fine with that.
I think after this process, I might be the resident expert as well. It's a very complicated bylaw. I'm sorry, did you think Ahmad did this already? Is that what
You all set?
I think he did the
You want me to
hardscape,
read the hardscape
calculation.
definition, or are they good? Okay.
Mr. Murray?
Hi, thanks for coming in. So my notes show that it was just the lighting that was outstanding, but I just wanted to check with Karina. Is that the case on our end?
My last correspondence, I think, with Ahmad Zrine was that, to recap our phone conversation on June 17th, talked about you reordered fixtures with 3,000 K lights. Landscaping, working on getting 4 plants that need to be replaced, straight native species, looking for where to get them as original nursery out of business. I gave them some links. And then the other item was the completed, the western swale and the catch basin hoods replaced to allow the CB cleaning. So the swale on the western side had to be defined more,
Okay.
according to Fuss and O'Neill.
Yeah, that's what we understood. Was that completed?
So you just have to
Yes,
confirm that swale, and I probably have to take a look at it, drive by and maybe.
I talked to John, and he told me everything else has been taken care of.
Okay, so the swale is what I had, so.
The swale and the
Yes.
hoods, and then
Yeah.
I
So
have,
the
so the
hoods were-
plants, I'm sorry, go
Yeah.
ahead.
No, go ahead.
So the plants were, I would get an invoice from Weston Nurseries or purchase order for all the plants as well. I can send that to you.
So we'll plant them in September when the weather is right.
I'm sorry, Raj.
We will put the plants in, replace the plants in September.
We can't do it in August, so in September,
Too hot.
the Weston Nursery provided us all the plants that were on the original planting species list. So those will go in once it cools down a little bit in September.
Did you provide us with that list?
If I can approach.
That was one of the outstanding items. I think you had some dead shrubbery and stuff that you were replacing, yeah.
Thank you.
You all set, Mr. Murray?
I am. It's just to confirm, I still didn't understand the bit about the swale, so you'll have to check that, Karina? because we don't know if it's been,
Yeah, I think I should meet you on site at some point and just quickly take a look, and you can show me,
Sure, I can do that.
just show me that it's improved, and I'll pass it by Fuss and O'Neill verbally. And
Okay.
explain, maybe we take a couple pictures and send it to them and say if that's the intent.
Sure,
They
that
can
makes
probably
sense.
respond pretty quickly.
Yeah, so I'll reach out to you, email, we'll schedule a time to go
Okay.
out there.
okay, thank you.
The benefit of having a civil engineer for town planner. Ms. Braccio.
No further questions or comments, thank you.
Okay. So I had a lot of landscape questions the last time. And, well, before we get to that, what does interim as-built mean? So the plans are interim as-built, so that says to me something else is happening?
I think what we decided at the last meeting, even though we presented what the changes were, there was an as-built of what was constructed,
Yeah,
but it wasn't approved. So in other words, you could say, move the light poles, or that door needs to go back, or that retaining wall needs to
Oh,
be
I see.
extended. So it's just an interim. They
Okay.
did a stamped survey, and then we just showed them on top of each other.
okay. But unless directed, there are going to be no more changes? on that
Correct,
site.
correct.
Okay. So I went out there on Friday. It was very busy, so that's good. There were a lot of people there. So I only looked in the front, in the detention basin in the front there. There's not native seed planted in there. There's no, it's like weeds and grass. Many of the shrubs aren't there. There are 6 trees, and 3 of them are dead.
Correct. So Fuss and O'Neill did an inventory of them, and those were listed in it.
So they did an inventory of the trees. I don't think they did the shrubs, because I didn't see any shrubs. There are all kinds of blueberries that were required around there, and azaleas, and none of them are there.
Look at the as-built that they did. Yeah, on the as-built, it shows the trees and the shrubs on the interim as-built in red.
Up front?
Correct, in the basin.
So they're not there. I mean, I looked with my eyes, so I don't know what the plan says, but they're not there.
There's some trees on the front died, but I think.
Yeah,
I
half
think-
of them are dead,
Right, so we thought.
but
maybe-
there aren't shrubs there. And it's not a wildflower mix that's required in the basin. It's weeds and grass.
So we did reseed, but then we have to reseed it again, I think so, because those special seeds we had to put around
Yeah,
it was not regular seed. So we
yeah, it's
did
not
seed.
grass seed, it's,
It's like a New England seed
native
mix, native.
wetland mix,
That was
yeah.
spec'd and seeded. It may be the case that they just didn't germinate and didn't grow.
Well, so Fuss and O'Neill said when they were there before, they couldn't inventory the perennials because it was
The wrong time of
recently
the season.
mowed.
Mhm.
So if you have wildflowers, you don't want to mow them. So what's there now is grass and weeds, which are nicely mowed, but they're not wildflowers.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't been out there since the last meeting, so I'll make a point of wrap my arms around that when I meet with Karina, and we'll look at it and photograph it. And if, I don't know if the maintenance includes mowing, but obviously we can't mow it. I'm just not familiar with what
We are
they've
going to
done lately.
reseed again in September.
Okay.
We're going to reseed with the appropriate seed mix.
Okay.
So,
Are you going to pull all the weeds out?
yes, we'll try to do it. We'll
Okay.
get it done. Okay.
So it was busy there, so I didn't drive around the whole building and check all the landscaping. But, so the front is not in compliance at all. And the plan needs to be in compliance with the site plan, the landscaping and the site plan.
Okay.
Okay, I'm looking at that plan now, and there are shrubs around with the trees, so the surveyor wouldn't have put them on there if they weren't there. So maybe when they did the survey, they were there, they're not now. Either they were mowed down or they died.
They may have been mowed.
Yeah.
There were some stumps sticking out, which
They-
may
they
have been
haven't.
shrubs.
If there were stumps, then that's
There-
probably, may have been what happened, I don't know.
So shrubs also don't get mowed.
Yes.
So I don't know if we want to close and condition that these things still need to be taken care of, or continue and, well, if they're not plantings till September. So this is much better. This is native species, which is what's required.
Yeah, I had a tough time getting these straight species. Everybody, even the native ones, they have cultivars, native too. That's one thing I learned.
Yeah.
It's not only straight species, but you can have native with cultivar.
So there's no such thing as a native cultivar.
Is it?
That
what
is,
somebody-
that's a marketing scheme.
Okay.
So native means naturally occurring in the environment, and cultivars are cultivated. So those things are not the
So
same.
this list, they told me that is straight.
Yes,
That's what. it
yes,
says.
I just looked.
Okay.
So that's good.
Okay.
One step in the right direction.
So if I could make a suggestion, because I kind of see the quandary of, could we approve it with a condition that, and we'll put a 1 year on it, so from September, come back again at the following September for another inspection? Because even if we put them in tomorrow, it's not going to do much good.
Right.
They're, they don't make it past the winter. And I think somewhere in the documents, it was a year once we sign off, so we haven't signed off on anything yet. Does that make sense?
So have, who's our new, no, the peer reviewer,
Oh, niche engineering.
Niche. Have them do another as-built and see if they can have a landscape architect do a inventory of the landscaping in a year?
Yeah, we would switch to our new consultant.
Oh, Judith Nitch is,
Fuss and O'Neill is phasing out,
okay.
so we would have niche engineering, whoever the town consultant is at the time, would review, do a site visit and check these things.
Okay, so next,
The
it would be
landscape
before
architect.
October when the foliage drops, so condition it for next September.
Yeah. And I don't mind going out there if John Christopher and you can pop a cover to show me that the catch basin hoods have been shortened, and then show me the swale. And then we'll take a few pictures, and I'll get a very cursory comment back from Fuss and O'Neill,
Okay, that works perfect.
if that's okay with the board. And I'm willing to do that with Fuss and O'Neill's backup a little bit. Okay. We won't look at all of the catch basins where the hoods is.
And there's only a handful, we can go around.
We can
Yeah.
probably see them with a flashlight or something like that, so you don't have to pop them all. but
Yeah,
look
we
at
can
one.
see through them.
So I would view and have town consultant, do a review of the information I provide them via email. And if they're okay with it, then I would be okay with it.
Okay, great, thank you.
And that would be the catch basins and the swale. And then we would have Niche do inspection, say, September 2026, or whoever the town consultant is at the time, to have their landscape architect review that
We'll
the
do-
plants were done.
Yeah. Yes.
Or what the timeframe you saw.
Yeah.
Maybe there'll be a
Yeah,
range.
so that they'll, yeah, okay. I'm good.
Right, does that make sense?
Yep.
Maybe early, late summer, early fall.
Yep.
Okay. Was there still a condition? Yeah, the condition with the lighting.
The lighting.
The lighting, the hardscape calculation and spreadsheet, with the spreadsheet to be updated on the plan.
Was that it?
PDF of the bug, what you just handed out,
Sure, yeah, I'll
to
include that.
be as a supplement to that. I don't think that needs to go on the plan.
No, we'll refer.
And that's expected to be in compliance with our bylaw, that calculation.
You
Anything
looked at
else?
this, Marnie, right? The bug rating? Okay, so you're okay with that. So bug rating handout of 8/18/25, part
So
of
if
the...
Marnie's good with the lighting, I'm good with it. Anybody else on lighting? She should be an electrical engineer.
I think after this, we all will.
And then there'll be standard conditions
Mhm.
for modification to a major site plan. I'll draft them up. There's, recording of the decision with a letter-size copy of the plans as an exhibit,
Okay,
written proof to us within a certain time of the appeal lapsing, and just some basics.
Sure.
The as-built requirement that we'll have to have the as-built should be complete as-built.
Mhm.
And that will be in order to get your full certificate of occupancy.
Okay, we'll work on that, yeah. But the only difference is if we go out and the shrubs are cut and we got to put them back in, so the surveyor would go back after that happens, update the plan and call it a final as-built.
So next fall,
Mhm.
we'll have the consultant go back out and look at the landscaping
In
and
the
make
fall, yeah.
sure that it's in compliance with the approved site plan.
Okay, but I think what I'm wondering is if we're not holding off of the full certificate of occupancy until the fall, right? We would get the certificate of occupancy contingent upon all of this happening?
Well, typically, your site plan has to be in compliance completely to get planning board to authorize me to sign off on a certificate of occupancy with the building commissioner, like recommend it. So it would be up to the board if they want to make any variance from that, if they want to have something different from that. If we can do a recommendation to the building commissioner to sign off on complete certificate of occupancy contingent upon that an as-built will be provided, because I think they can rescind certificates of occupancy if that doesn't happen. Just like a temporary certificate of occupancy. I mean,
So-
that's going out there on, the planning board would have to agree to.
I'm hesitant because we signed off on the temporary with, that you would be back in a month with the modification, which you were, but then there were 1, 2, 3, 4 meetings that there was no information.
I'm not, I know what you're alluding to, the dates on it, but I'm not sure if those were our issues. I don't know. Do you know what there was a delay in the lighting? Or installed them, he had to install, right now, if you look out there, those fixtures are installed. So we couldn't have done that in a month. So I understand we're saying come back in a month, but in that time, it was redone and they were physically installed. So
Okay.
maybe that's what the
So, but,
alteration
so
was.
in that time, the landscaping still isn't in compliance.
Unfortunately, it was for the surveyor, but somewhere between then and now, somebody mowed it. So I'm not arguing with you, but to wait another year for a certificate of final occupancy, it has a ripple effect on the financing and the lending, and it's a long time for shrubs that were there and mowed.
Let me see what it said here. Hold on. I'm just looking up your security. There's also, remember, there's also a security bond in the $30,000 range, correct? That was taken in order to complete some of this work, and I just want to see what it says here. Notice of vote. My computer's a little smaller here. Okay. I just want to see what it said on the, so we had this notice of vote here. So I'm reading from October 3rd, 2024, there was a notice of vote, 10 Turnpike Road, major site plan approval, cash security for temporary certificate of occupancy. And it said, The following is description and background regarding the accepted terms. Proposed cash security for temporary certificate of occupancy. The owner, Melson LLC, with address of 10 provided as-built plans that were reviewed by Fuss and O'Neill, who generated an initial bond estimate review for the project in the amount of $37,000. The planning board agreed to accept the cash bond and recommend to the building commissioner issuing a temporary certificate of occupancy upon receipt of the following items and temporary certificate of occupancy conditions. Provide a cash bond in the amount of $37,000 along with a surety agreement, which we did. Provide an updated stormwater management report confirming the as-built drainage functions for the site with the satisfactory review by Fuss and O'Neill. I believe that was
That was
done.
correct, yeah, that was the Mass Highway
Yep,
requirements.
provide Mass DOT driveway approval drainage information to planning, which was done. Temporary certificate of occupancy condition, within 2 months of issuance of the temporary C of O, provide a complete application for modification, which was done, and then for full certificate of occupancy, sign off by planning upon planning board approval of the modification to an approved major site plan. So upon receipt of the cash security, executed surety agreement, satisfactory peer review of the as-built drainage and other items provided, planning will recommend to the building commissioner to proceed with a temporary C of O. So it's the last item, a full certificate of occupancy, sign off by planning board upon planning board approval of the modification to an approved major site plan. That was a condition
But
in the
so-
temporary,
So this is still conditioned on things
Yeah.
that still haven't been done.
correct.
If I could, and I'm not diminishing the outstanding items in the basin. I mean, this, looking back, a 5-year project that pushed all through COVID. One of the reasons that we did not do the light fixtures, because they just weren't available. So the contractor made a decision, the owner made a decision to change it. The timing wasn't great because the town changed the bylaws in the middle of the construction. So if the lights weren't changed, we wouldn't have had to come back for the lighting, because the board says, well, now that we have you with the changes, unauthorized changes, now you have to conform. So there's been a tremendous amount of money on throwing out the old fixtures, putting in the new ones, all through COVID. And he's done everything that he said he would do. So
Well-
if it's just the shrubs, and it's unfortunate that they were mowed, but we can get those in.
Well, so I didn't look at the whole site, I just looked at the front. If you want, I can go over there and review the whole site and see if they're there, but. So we're here because the approved site plan was not followed and changes were made without seeking a modification from the
Oh, no,
planning
I
board.
understand, I'm not
And the-
diminishing it, but I'm just trying to give you a little bit of the background. While that happened, the country was shut down. It was just, we could not get those fixtures. Had I known that those fixtures, and they still complied, right? Because the photometrics was okay, but the bylaw changed.
They were trespassing, which they were never allowed to trespass,
There was a .08 on the
That's
Route
it.
9 side, so.
not on Route 9, on the other side.
But if you look on the other side, there's a automotive place that
It
has
doesn't,
a.
it doesn't matter.
I'm not arguing, but I'm
So
just
I
saying there's
have,
an
I
explanation.
have an
of-
additional piece of information here that might help. So the surety agreement that was created with the $37,000 cash bond, a portion of, this could be retained to satisfy the remaining work. Like, instead of, because it would have to be, we'd have to do a final bond review to release the bond, which means the consultant would go out and confirm the bond release. So could the bond still be held?
So how did that work on Northborough Road?
Right, right. We haven't had a lot of luck with holding bonds and people, them being, following through. So we're kind of, we've been stung by that a couple times. And,
Understood, but the 37,000 is well above what it would cost to, granted you didn't go in the back, but there's
Yeah.
nothing on that site.
the
that's
other
close to
bonds are very
37,000.
similar in amount, and it didn't really, and I'm not, and I've worked with Raj for now since 2018-19, and Raj has come through with a lot of things that he has said he's followed through. You know, unfortunately, the team doesn't always get to where you need them to be, which kind of put us here. But just a thought that we do have the bond, just another piece of information. And
Sue, what do you think, another condition that if the as-bills aren't in compliance and the lighting, that the full certificate gets revoked? Is that what you're saying?
yeah, I don't know. I don't know the legal ramification of rescinding a certificate of occupancy. I know that the temporaries can be rescinded. I think a full one can be rescinded if you don't have meet the requirements of the certificate of occupancy, but the occupancy permit would have to be drafted to include these things so that they happen, and that if they don't, that the occupancy permit would be removed. So that's something we would have to ask the building commissioner if he would be willing to do that, because it's his determination that in the end, how he carries out that occupancy permit.
So the bond is really the only weight we carry. And I think
And
that's,
it hasn't worked well.
I
in the
know.
past.
So what would be outstanding is if the swale is complete and the catch basin hoods are done, we don't know about the landscaping on the whole site because we haven't done that. And you're not going to do that until this September, after now.
Which is two weeks, 2 or 3
And then they'd
weeks.
have to last until next September to show that they're in there. This is a tough one. I'm trying to scan my head for a solution.
Can we sign off on the full after the landscaping is planted in September?
Yeah, we could hold
And
my
then,
signing off on a full certificate until after
and then
it's in. And
next year, when they do the
1 year.
1 year,
It'd be a phased kind of thing, that you're required to maintain your site plan,
Sure, yeah. So you wouldn't.
regardless of,
Yeah. If that was a
now-
scenario, I'd kind of go backwards. Let's just revisit this in September after everything's done, and then we don't have to go back a year because it's part of the requirements that you have to maintain it. 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, so it doesn't end.
oh, so have Mitch go out after you plant in
Sure.
September?
Yep, and then we'll have the surveyor, first thing, we'll have the surveyor do an updated as-built of all the new plants and species, then have Niche go back and certify that it's fine, and then wrap this up
Yeah.
in
Does that-
September.
Does that work for the board?
so Niche would do a
Inspection.
inspection or a site review just for the landscaping, or for any of these items, like a full as-built,
I think a full as-built.
Full for those, yeah.
For the
to complete the
photometric.
as-built review, because we haven't, that was going to happen with Fuss and O'Neill anyway.
Yeah.
At some point, they're gonna have to review the as-built. So you'll install the plants in September.
Mhm.
We'll have the town consultant give us a TA for the cost to do a as-built review, which will happen once you tell me the plants are in place.
Yep.
And that as-built review will be tied, to, if it's acceptable, then I would be authorized by the planning board to recommend to the building commissioner to sign off on a full occupancy permit. And that would happen this fall, essentially.
End of September,
right?
October, sure.
Okay, and then we still have the issue of the bond, so then we could do a bond review. You could, if the as-built is accurate and accepted, there are some items that could come off the bond, so you could do a bond reduction request, leaving the landscaping amount in there, which would then do a bond reduction in fall of 2026.
And with all due respect, if I'm missing something, after the plants are done, there's no need for a bond anymore on any other items on there. everything's been
Yeah,
addressed.
that's true. If it's proven that the landscaping meets it this fall, then the bond, you could ask for a bond release.
Yep.
And then the bond could go back, and then knowing that a condition will be in here that the landscaping has to be maintained. It's a
Yeah.
standard condition
Sure.
that we always put in there.
Yep.
So niche review, the landscape, a complete as-built review. Once you give me notice that you're ready, right?
Mhm.
Once all LA and other complete. And then it's usually stated that it has to be acceptable to the planning board. So Niche would review it. If there's any punch list items, you'd still have to do those, remember? And then request a bond release. And then, once the as-built is accepted and it says your site plan's compliant, according to town consultant and planning board, then they would authorize me to sign off for planning on the full certificate. So that would all happen hopefully within the next 4 months or so,
Couple months.
Makes sense?
if not sooner.
Yeah, I'm concerned that if niche comes up with new items, which were already reviewed and okay, they've come up with a new item, then, because it's a new company now.
We could ask Fuss and O'Neill to continue, since they are still on board finishing out some projects. We could have Fuss and O'Neill take their,
Well, you could give Niche the previous review.
yeah, we've done that as well. They're very good at looking at the prior review and not being redundantly.
Okay.
Yeah, we did that with another big project. Okay.
Are we good?
Are we good? Is there anyone in the audience that has any comments or questions, or on Zoom? We've doubled our attendance to 2.
Place to be. I make a motion to close the public hearing for 10 Turnpike Road Storage Facility Modification to Major Site Plan Approval.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes.
Brascio, yes.
I make a motion to approve 10 Turnpike Road Storage Facility Modification and Major Site Plan Approval with the conditions as discussed this evening.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes.
Brascio, yes.
And you'll work with me to make this happen?
I'll send you an email to set up a time, if you still want to go out and look at the swale.
Yep.
And the basins, and then
Next week is tough, but maybe after next week.
after next week, okay?
Like, yeah, because then Monday is a holiday as well.
Mhm.
So
Okay, I'll send you an email, and we'll
we'll
work.
coordinate it, so
Yeah.
you need a chance to get your stuff done anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you all, appreciate your
Thank
time. Oh, sure. Yep.
And congratulations on your successful business. I hope people continue to have too much stuff and need to be there. It was very busy there on Friday.
Thank you all for your time, I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Hope you're feeling better, Raj. You're walking pretty good.
The next item on the agenda is a proposed zoning amendment to add highway major retail to 174-2B definitions in, as a use requiring a special permit under 174-8.6 Industrial Park District.
Hold on.
Do you need to update anything?
Just go right in.
Welcome.
Thank you.
I hope
Madam
you've enjoyed this.
That's a liberal term. For the record, Madam Chair, members of the board, Robert Buckley, Reamer and Bronstein. To my right, I have Joe Zink, who's the principal of Atlantic Management. Part of our team is Christine Hung, my partner, and Dennis McKenna, my partner, who's been assisting on this. and some people from Atlantic in the audience also. I would, just before we launch into a discussion, which in some respects may be a little redundant in terms of what was presented to the Select Board, but I think it's important to remember what we're here for is a zoning change, not a project at this juncture. Although I will say that if we are lucky enough to have this approved by the town meeting and becomes a reality, there is serious interest to make this a reality. It is consistent with the way that I'll get into in a moment, how Atlantic tends to operate, that they do their homework, they find out what they want, what the town wants, and before they really invest a lot of time and money, they're pretty sure that this is a winning project. So we're comfortable with that. We're not at liberty at this juncture to really get into a site plan discussion, but suffice it to say that we're very confident that if we are lucky to receive the vote of town meeting, that we will make this a reality. And we would hope that we would have a very good public-private partnership with the town going forward. With that being said, I think I'll launch into it. Next slide. That's just the team. We've done a lot of projects together. I don't know if you want to talk to Atlantic, or I'll keep going.
You can go ahead.
All right. Just general oversight. Atlantic was founded in 1972. They have 6 million square feet of property that they've developed and managed, and they've done over 4 million previously developed. They're managing 6 million. They have 50 plus years of experience. They've done a number of major projects in the last decade in this area. Next slide, if I could. Next one. We thought we'd talk to some of the projects that are your neighbors to give you an overview of the methodology that Atlantic employs when they look at a site. They have an uncanny ability to see potential value and to unlock that value, both obviously for themselves, but also for the municipalities, and they've created very strong working relationships with the communities that they've worked with. I think the strongest attribute, and I'll talk to it briefly, is that when they look at a site, they bring some very talented people in-house to look at it, and they try to figure out what works, what is the market demand, and then they look at the underlying zoning and regulations, because if you worked on our team, my legal team, you would find out that we always say, what was the public policy behind the regulation? You spent a lot of time tonight discussing policy. If the policy doesn't work, then how do you change it, and how do you make it work? And I think Atlantic has had that philosophy on a number of projects that I've been lucky enough to work with them on. One of them is just up the street in Marlborough, which is the old Hewitt Packard site. When HP left, there was a big hole created along a very attractive corridor for the city, and it was a totally different use. And I don't want to say they didn't know what to do, but they didn't know how to position the property to untap its value. And Atlantic spent a lot of time looking at it and said one of the ways that we're going to unlock the value here is to create a whole new zoning template that would lay on top of this property and spur development. It became very clear that the critical component, which I think we'll address for the town of Southborough also, is that the town wanted to maintain control. So we had to balance creativity and control so that one did not get ahead of the other, one didn't kill the deal, and one led to excitement in the marketplace. I think if you drove by that site today, you'd see that I think Atlantic did a very a good job of achieving both of those objectives in terms of mixed use and a vibrant community that in many respects caused a lot of people to look at Marlborough in a different light, and Marlborough's had the benefit of rapid development over the last 5-10 years. It's not to meld together how long it's been, Joe, but it's been about that time. Next slide. So the most important aspect.
Yeah, I'll jump in here. So I think one of the things you try to do too is look at the impact the development has on a community in terms of financial, with taxes. And when we first bought this, you can see the value was roughly 28 million in total taxes paid, a little over 800,000. And today it's around 231 million with 4 million taxes and probably another 4+ million in building permit fees. So, and a lot of jobs, and those jobs impacted a lot of the areas of the town. So one of the things that happened too is when this facility was vacant, it was roughly 700,000 feet. At the same time, Fidelity left, so it was 1.4 million square feet vacant at one intersection. So the gas station that was close by was down 35% in revenue in 1 year. And the barber shop, who happened to be friends with the mayor, he was down 40%. So there's a lot of other trickle-down impacts that help everyone else in the area. So I think that was a good example of having tremendous both economic impact for the city, for tax revenue, and quality jobs, and that spurred on other activity in the area. Next slide, please. This one was in Westborough, Otis Street. It was a former AstraZeneca that sat there vacant for a while, and now houses probably the most advanced R&D facility that Amazon has potentially in the world. In fact, Jeff Bezos, the entire board, was there last fall for a day to see what was going on. It's how critical it is inside of Amazon. And you can see the tax implications there. It went from roughly 14 million and 258,000 a year to over 108 million and 3.4 million a year. And that number could be closing on 4 million within the next probably 18 months. So again, significant impact in a very quick time frame for this one.
So initially, when we were approached to look at this site, when Atlantic acquired portions of the Dell campus, we tried to understand what the topography, what the site presented, and what the thinking and policy objectives of the town were, both current and some history. And we tried to, as I think one of my partners, Dennis McKenna, would tell you, everything's interrelated. So we tried to look at it and say, how can we achieve the policy objectives articulated by the town, and what are those policy objectives, and yet be creative and preserve, someone said, I think it was the chair earlier, that what you envision for Route 9 is you don't want it to be a Framingham or a Westborough. So we looked at that very seriously, and it's interesting you brought that up because that was one of the key components that we focused on as we drafted the zoning bylaw. So we, and if we could just go back to that prior slide for a second, if it's possible. Whoop. No, it's not possible. The one that had the site plan or the site, the locus? Oh, no, too far. Yeah, right there. When we look at a major campus of this nature and we try to meld the policy objectives, as I said, and what we are presented with, and we've heard this, and it shows up in your master plan text. The mixed use is the current way of developing a site. The traditional New England zoning is archaic. Some of the uses that were articulated in the beginning on your IP properties, I don't think have been around for 40 or 50 years. But I think at one time, I remember doing a project, Framingham still had buggy whips as a manufacturer of carriages, but nonetheless. So you come to a situation where you are trying to create a mixed-use project, Marlboro Hills, or you come to a scenario where you have a naturally occurring mixed-use project, albeit with a few absent uses. So when we were looking at this, within a radius, you had some interesting uses here that we felt that could be cohesive in bringing this area, this block of space into a vibrant, functioning area without impacting in a negative manner what was the idea that in terms of impacts on surrounding communities, particularly residential, and particularly from sightline from Route 9. So we can go to the next slide. So we, this is basically, I've been speaking to this. We try to work to develop diversified uses, not only for the interaction of the area, but to the extent you diversify the uses, others will be attracted, and the natural extension of that is you get a diversified tax base, municipal tax base, which is extremely important in today's world. You know, at one moment this may be up and it's down, and then, but you want to have a diversified tax base so you can stabilize it. We tend to reach out to as many in the community as we can. We went to the select board about a month ago, and I think that they recommended it, and they forwarded it to the planning board with the required statutory hearings. We're heading for the special town meeting in the fall. And if adopted, this would require us to come back and obtain the necessary site plan and special permit for the use. So, as I said earlier, we were very focused on, it's a major undertaking. It has a lot of moving parts. It is very, I think, responsive zoning, but you don't want to lose control of it either. So we wanted to make sure that we maintain that control. So if you could just go back. These were the objectives that we culled directly from your master plan. You know, that we actually footnoted or identified the provisions in your master plan that were our guiding beacons as we went through the creation of the zoning template and proposed warrant article. And I don't want to have to read them all. It's been a late night for you all, but suffice it to say, we did go through your municipal documents to find out what it is that would be hopefully well received by the town. The next slide. This is the actual zoning article, or articles. What we decided to do was relatively straightforward in your IP district, industrial park district, to add an additional use, which is called highway major retail. And that highway major retail would be footnoted that it would allow for some ancillary types of uses to activate the major use, and that would be, for instance, if you had a large format, it's got to be a minimum of 125,000 square feet, but maybe you'd want to have a restaurant on site or an ancillary service operator on site that would keep people there and also bring people from that side of the highway who, either the multifamily or their office workers, to create some vibrance, but not overdo it. So we limit that to 50,000 square feet in the aggregate. So then when you go back to we say, okay, highway major retail would be a permitted use by special permit in the industrial park district. So what is highway major retail? You go back to your definitional section, and we put some caveats on it. What does it entail? It entails certain types of uses, and I think someone made a comment earlier that the town would love to have a grocery store. Well, part of the requirements here are that you have to have a minimum of 50,000 gross square feet devoted to that type of use, so that you control what's going in there. It has to be on a large parcel. This isn't something you want to put on small parcels. It has a minimum size of 125,000. You have to have frontage on a highway that is a divided highway, so you manage the traffic. You use the median actually as a traffic control device, and it's a very effective way of directing people in. And you have to have access back to that highway through a public or private way. And we have, on this property, we have Crystal Ave, I believe? Crystal Pond, and we also have a major curb cut. And it has to be, we put in at the end, it has to be part of an adjacent to or an industrial office park environment, trying to create, again, not a standalone type of operation, because I think a standalone operation has some unintended consequences. You don't have that mixed-use feel, and there are other things that would be attractive to wanting to locate a business there. So over time, this could be used to leverage additional economic development there that, again, is subject to your special permit provisions, but this would become the linchpin that brings that activity to the site. So we tried to limit the use so you don't have strip malls up and down the Route 9, and we tried to address the fact that we don't want to have any impacts on residential communities or neighborhoods. There's no access out onto a residential community, single-family residential. And we do bypass a multifamily down the street. So we think it works very well. We think we've put the controls in, but we'd love to hear the thoughts and comments from the planning board, because under Massachusetts law, you have to make a recommendation, or no recommendation. So given the hour, I'll be quiet.
Thank you very much. Ms. Houlihan.
Thanks, Robert. Thanks for the team to come and present. I did listen to the select board presentation, so appreciate that. I want to say I do appreciate that you looked at our plan, because that's a really important component, and I think what you're trying to do does meet a lot of the objectives of what we're trying to achieve. So, it's funny, when it first came through, I'll be very candid, like a part of me was like, well, they needed to come to planning board first. So I had a little knee-jerk perspective there. I understand this is a big development. So I thank you, because this is a requirement. And I think the question will be is who presents this to town meeting. This is not a planning board sponsored article currently, and I think we would need to determine if it would be. I think having our support would matter. Although I will also say zoning's very challenging, particularly putting something like this in this town, particularly the demographics who showed up at our town meeting. So we've had challenges just getting tree bylaws approved. So a major retail development could be a very big hurdle to overcome. So I do think having the collaboration is going to be very important moving forward. I appreciate the fact that you made it very clear that this is the only property that could actually meet the requirements of the definition. So I think that's a big win, because there's no other place in town, at least based on my reading of the requirements of the criteria that meet in Southborough. So I think that's a huge advantage. Traffic on Route 9 is a huge issue already. This obviously would contribute to it. Whether this gets approved at town meeting, just know that on a site plan, the requirement will be people will ask for a traffic study. So that's not something at the table right now, but I know that will be something you need to present in order to get that buy-in. Generally, I think it reads fine. I think from a bylaw perspective, it meets all the requirements. I would love to understand a little bit more. So basically, understanding how you've developed in some of the properties that you've put forward, you have different people buying different pieces of property or leasing property to kind of put in their goods and services. So as I read this, is that the principal structure, so there is a major structure that would have to have 125,000 square foot to be able to actually develop the property. So you couldn't just put in a 50,000 square foot property. You need one major primary person to come in, or company. Okay. Supplement to that, they could include a 50,000 square foot in there of the grocery or whatever those requirements are. But there could also be something separate from the primary. So the primary, let's say, is I'm just going to say a Target as an example. This is all hypothetical right now. And this particular Target decides not to put a grocery. But could a grocery like a Whole Foods or a Fresh Market come in separate to that?
No, the building, it's a large format, it would have to be in the building.
Okay, so that's in that requirement of that
I know it's
definition.
not an artful description, but it's the whale theory. The building is the whale, and the parasites that float alongside the whale are small ancillary uses that generate, make the whale more attractive, but also support ancillary businesses.
Okay,
So you may have a restaurant, or you may have a bank, or you may have that type of use, and it's 50,000 in the aggregate. But the magnet that attracts us is the large format retail use.
perfect.
And as I said, there's a lot of interest in it.
No, that's, I mean, that's fantastic. And so my only, as I read through this, I do think about the little mom and pops, and there's like a couple of small convenience stores in town that sell liquor. They're already crushed because people go to other places. So like liquor would be one thing that I would not necessarily support. Because we have these small convenience stores, there's probably 3 of them that are so dependent on it. I understand this is tucked away, but I wouldn't want to disservice the small mom and pop stores, and we've seen that happen time and time again. And that's really my only comment. So generally, I'm comfortable with the language. I think it meets all of the criteria to only fit here, so it would be restricted to this. So anyone listening in the public, if this were to be coming from, this is coming in front of the town meeting, it really is only serves to develop this one portion of what was used to be the EMC Dell properties. And that's my only comment and feedback to you.
Madam
So,
Chair, may I make a
thank
comment?
you.
Sure.
On the liquor, it is surprising. I've done a lot of large format liquor stores. I mean, I guess you'd call them category killers. And what you find is that if you're buying in bulk, if you were having a wedding or big party, you may go to one of those large category places. But the loyalty generally with the small neighborhood, both from convenience as well as they like, the delta isn't high enough to necessarily kill the loyalty. Well, and that's been my experience that I've seen, and that could be tested, but I don't think, other than on that large bulk purchase, there may be some validity to that, but in most cases, the loyalty aspect does stay in place.
Yeah, my only comment, like even pharmacy, like I think about Hopkinton Drug, that was there for years and years. CVS came in
Well,
and
there all the time.
they got nailed, right? And so I guess I wouldn't want to discourage the mom and pops by putting in something like this, because that's what Southborough is. We're a community. We really want to embrace that with the people in our town. And we welcome the small businesses. So I think as long as there's nothing like super competitive, I'm generally there. That liquor is just the only thing that, I'm only one planning board member.
Ms. DeMaria.
Hi there, and thanks for coming in. I generally like your project as well. I have like some pointed questions. I have maybe 3 or 4 questions for you. One has to do with what Ms. Houlihan was just speaking about, with making reference to the fact that this is the only property that this change in zoning could fit. But yeah, I noticed in the Marlborough example, you did an overlay and created a campus. So why don't you do the same thing with this? And I'll tell you, I do have a concern with a future changing zoning in our town for areas other than which you plan to develop, because it could change in the future. Maybe change to 200 feet back, maybe 100 feet back if you have a crazy night or something like that. I like it the way you have it right now, but I don't like that you are looking to change the zoning all throughout our town rather than just create a nice campus. So I just wanted to hear what you could say.
It's been my experience that overlay is a tool, but it's been my experience that overlays cause a lot of confusion. A lot of people, when they're voting on it, don't understand, do I have the underlying zoning? Do I have the overlay? How do they interplay? In a large format development, can I pick and choose? Can I do the overlay here and the underlying zoning here? And what are the inconsistencies? There are some advantages in doing it as an overlay. It does provide more flexibility. We tried to keep it simple, and we tried to do a change in the IP district that could not be exported around town. That really the only place you could theoretically, there might be one other place, I haven't done the engineering on it, but it's on the other side, and I think it's a salad dressing facility that Kent's. There's a huge format, but that is such a valuable site, I can't imagine that would come down. But oftentimes, if you were to do an overlay, you can export it. And if you did it broadly here, that any IP district, if we didn't have such strict or tight constraints, then the argument is that, someone, 495 would go, or someone abutting a residential neighborhood could do something like this. So we tried to keep it simple and targeted.
Okay, then how did it work with Marlborough with the overlay district?
It worked very well because there, the issue was you had to do the whole thing at once, and that was a different type of an overlay in the sense that it was essentially erasing the entire site and putting all new uses on it. It was, as I said earlier, that here you had a generic, you have a naturally occurring mixed use. There in Marlborough,
It was also 110 acres.
yeah, we took it all down. We rewrote and there the regulations or the way we drafted it was we had to come up with a concept plan that was baked in so that the city council at all times had control, and it was executed over time.
Okay, so I'll have to just say I don't support changing the zoning in our whole town. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about that.
Well, that's why we targeted
Yeah,
it. We changed your IP zoning here by adding a new use.
Right.
But this use only fits in maybe
Yeah.
2 locations.
Right, but it can just with a simple, yeah, okay. I
Yeah,
think it's more than what you need, I guess I'll
Yeah,
just say like
But
that.
also you have control at all times, which was our goal.
So the other is, you mentioned your major curb cut, but it's not on a limited access highway. So the limited access highway is 495.
No, well, you have, it's a divided highway. It is limited access. It's a state-controlled highway.
It is a state road, but it's not considered limited access.
Right.
So I think you have an error. I feel like point number C, where you say the lot has frontage on a public or private way that connects directly to a limited access highway. I'm not an expert in transportation or anything, but I've looked this definition up in the past, and limited access is 495. It doesn't refer to Route 9,
Okay.
so I think that's an error.
Okay, we'll look at that.
And with traffic, I think Ms. Houlihan already mentioned, there will have to be a traffic study.
Yeah.
I think there, might be looking at something like a jug handle or something like that, because you won't have direct access onto 495. So I think it would be kind of complicated. And as I believe, when the Crystal Pond Road went in, and there was some use or something in the past that the planning board reserved the right to a jug handle at Crystal Pond Road, and maybe that was for future use or something like this. So I just wanted to say, I think, I feel that's an error, and I think we'd have to think through that. And I wanted to ask you about the footnote to the article. I have a problem in general with a footnote, because when it gets put up on our E-code 360, I don't know where that footnote goes. And if it's really kind of central to this, the definition of this bylaw, I think it should be up in the body. So I just wanted to ask you about that, if there was a reason that it's in the footnote and not.
The only reason it was in the footnote, Madam Chair, may I respond? The only reason it was there was to be consistent with the way you laid out your uses in the section. And I don't disagree with you. We have no problem putting it up into the, as a permitted use and have it in the text. And on a limited access highway, the intent was to have a state-controlled highway in terms of curb cuts. So we will change that. If it's confusing you, it will confuse others. The limited, we'll modify that. I think it's been printed yet, has it, the warrant article? Hasn't gone to print. So we'll come up with a clarification of that. And the intent was to have access to a highway that we'll just work on it,
Divided.
divided highway, and
Yeah, and you mentioned you have a major curb cut, so does that mean you spoke to Mass DOT?
we already have, we're not changing the curb cut that was there for Dell.
I see, I see.
Okay.
That's it for now, thank you.
Ms. Braccio?
Thank you, good evening, thank you for coming tonight. I guess one of the benefits, I guess, of sitting down on the end is my questions have been answered. I was concerned as well about the limited access highways. Deb, I went and read the definition as well, and it's designed for high-speed travel with limited or no direct access from adjacent properties, irregardless. So I would look for that as well. And I agree with Debbie as well. The footnote should be up within the code itself. I think you're going to have a lot of excitement from people to see some businesses
Good or
come to
bad
town.
excitement?
No, it's a good thing, I think, in a very good way. I think Southborough's ready, to obviously add some additional tax dollars, which certainly is a positive thing, and, hopefully something that will come in that will, I was the one that's at the grocery store, I'll admit it, I think Southborough's looking for some positive, good neighbor businesses to come into town, and I think that this does provide that, so.
It also provides I call it the Dunkin' Donut theory of traffic. If you have Dunkin' Donuts all over town, people aren't driving all over town to get their Dunkin' Donuts. You do a grocery store here, people aren't getting on the roads and going to adjacent communities and driving great distances. So in a cosmic sense, you are controlling some traffic.
Yeah, and I think the location itself, I'm actually kind of surprised that something hasn't gone in sooner with 495 and at Route 9.
Well, unfortunately for the town is Dell, the two buildings we bought have both been vacant for 7 years.
Yeah.
And it's just really economically hurt that area. It's been so dormant, so quiet, so our goal is to try to activate that area, which will hopefully bring other businesses in.
Yeah, so and I think it benefits everybody, but thank you very much for coming in
Thank
tonight, and we look forward to moving this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with Ms. DeMaria. I'd rather see an overlay, so then it's really specific. It's only allowed in that one area. And the good thing is, we just went through the MBTA communities, which were overlays, so people have a better understanding of what those are. But I would think that would alleviate some fears that this could go in other places. And I agree with the footnote. My other question, so the building has to be 125,000 square feet
Minimum.
minimum. So what's the other 75K? What can that be? Those the other things, the sales and services, household goods, optical, is that what that is?
Well, what you do, you could have, I see what you're saying. You have a situation where you don't have a dry goods store anymore. You don't have a Caldor's, Bradley's. So you can have a grocery store, and you can have.
A what or a what did you say?
1990s.
What are those things?
Right, but you have the ability to sell other, boy, show my age there.
Sadly, I know them, but
How about Zayas?
I couldn't miss
How
the
about
opportunity.
Zayas, right?
Or Kings.
Kings. Mammoth Mart. But you would have a variety of dry goods type of activity. And you could also have, automotive type uses in terms of, that you would have found in that type of store, a dry goods store. My sense is if you were to have a grocery aspect, it's going to be more than 50,000. Because you'd probably have meats and vegetables and, your typical Shaw's Stop and Shop is about 120, I think, 110.
Probably 60.
Hmm?
60.
60 now?
So just so I'm clear on the uses as written in the bylaw. So the other, the 50,000 has to be
Yes,
grocery.
Gross.
grocery.
Correct.
And
A
then,
minimum of,
and then the other can be the other things,
Yeah.
limited to sales and services of the
Yeah.
following.
Yeah.
Dot, dot. Okay. I think that's all I have.
Um,
You may.
In reading the footnote, you're using the term "shall," right?
Yeah.
Right, so I'm having trouble just wrapping my head and picturing what this footnote means. Is there a way that you could just
We'll take a
simply
look at that.
clarify it?
if you're having,
I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm just
no,
saying.
my question, my rule of thumb is if you're reading it and are pausing, then we should read it and make sure that
Make it
we
more
don't
clear.
pause. Make it clear.
Because it looks like it says, that abutting lots shall not exceed 50,000 gross square feet in the aggregate, like it's controlling projects outside of
Right, so if
This
you,
law.
it's the,
restrictive.
it is. When you have those outside uses, let's say a restaurant pad and maybe I don't know, maybe a bank pad or something like that,
On
Would-
separate lots.
on separate lots or parcels, so you could have a lease parcel. But when you do that, if you add up the gross square feet of all those, it can't exceed 50,000, because you don't want to create a shopper's world. We have a lot of stores. You just want to have ancillary complementary services around.
So in other words, it restricts other developers, what they put around
That's right.
the primary
Right,
building.
That's right.
And that's the intent,
That's the intent, around this building, yes.
okay? All right, thank you.
And it doesn't hurt them, because they own it, and they'll decide if someone wants to buy it or lease it, they'll make that economic decision, so you control it. If you don't have that, then all the properties around become very valuable, and you start popping them with uses.
When you say they own it,
Well, the applicant.
the applicant owns all the property where the 50,000 aggregate
Correct.
businesses
Right.
would, oh, okay, so you control, it's a compound,
Yeah.
even though it's separate parcels. In other words,
Could be the same.
Yeah.
it could be the
Could be
same, but it
same.
could be
You
individual
could do a
lots.
lease parcel.
But they're all under the control of
Right.
Yes.
the applicant. Okay, that's what I didn't understand. Thank you. Thanks.
So, Madam Chair, what I'll do is we'll take a look at some of the comments tonight and some of the edits, and we'll, since it's been referred to you by the Select Board, and the reason we did that is statutorily, that's generally how you do it. The Selectman refers it to you. It wasn't trying to usurp anyone's jurisdiction, it just is the way it should flow. You have the statutory charge of vetting the bylaw, which tonight was a good example. We'll make those changes and control it through the staff to get them to you.
Very good. Does anybody in the audience have any questions or comments? Mr. Litt?
Tim Litt, Woodland Road. I have a few comments on this. I'll start with just sort of the procedural thing. In the town's experience, if you have one goal and you have 2 articles, you have 4 problems. You're much better off having one article that accomplishes what it is you're trying to do. Because the way you have structured this, if one article fails, the other article passes, both pass, it gets to be complicated to explain, it gets hard to handle. And in fact, in our most recent town meeting, we had a case where, in fact, we were trying to do one thing. First article failed, the second article was dependent on it, and confusion resulted. So just from a procedural point of view, I would advise you to suggest a single article that does both of these things.
So, Madam Chair, the way, what I hear is being suggested is that you have to make the use permitted under that district. So you would have highway, major retail, and then you would essentially try to back everything else into that.
No, you would have an article that says to amend the zoning code to change this section this way, that section that way,
Oh, I see what
or, act or do anything in relation thereto, the usual mumbled language.
So one article amending two sections of the bylaw.
Yes. And we've done that in the past, and I just think you're begging for confusion
Okay, no, we'll look at that. We'll look at that.
that way. That said, I think, as you've heard, you would have a much better, reception if this was an article sponsored, by the planning board, rather than something that's trying to come in some other way. It's hard enough to get zoning articles passed in this town, and I can't think of a case, and I've been in town not quite 40 years, where a zoning article has come from somewhere else, much less come from somewhere else and been passed. So, I mean, this is a very unusual thing in my experience. The other things I would say are that I'm always very cautious when you attempt to legislate in favor of a particular project, particular developer. I know your intentions are good and you have, experience, but it somehow doesn't, rub me, at least as a resident, the right way when, the government structure is being used to make a particular entity successful. And so, when I read what you're proposing, it basically says, we have a design for what, this place is going to look like, and we'll make the zoning, exactly fit that design. And if someday someone else gets the parcel and they want to have two major tenants and it manages to fit, well, you'd have to go back and change the zoning for that. That kind of doesn't rub me the right way. I mean, it also seems to be focused in terms of all the examples on grocery. And I sort of scratched my head and said, I'd love to have a grocery store here. I've been waiting for one for many years. But the same parcel would fit a home improvement store or, other large format, retail. So I'm not sure what the other people in town will think, but that was sort of my gut reaction, as I read this. And I think I'll stop there.
Well, I think, Tim, that this area is well-suited for this large format development, whereas there are other parcels within the industrial park which are not as well-suited and which would be much more disruptive to residential areas.
I'm not going to, argue that point. It's just, the appearance of creating zoning to fit, a predefined and exactly fit, a predefined project. It locks in, that particular project, and it feels as, I mean, I don't want to use a prejudicial sort of word here, but it feels somewhat, uncouth maybe, that, you're trying to get, the law to exactly fit your circumstance. And normally what we try to do in planning is to say, these are the kinds of policies and things that we want to do. And there are a number of things, that could fit. And there's a somewhat broader canvas than just exactly this. I may be the only lunatic who has this particular point of view, but that was my reaction, and now you have it.
No, so I take your point, but I think that first, the other uses within the district remain. So this isn't just this here. And I think you zone for what you would like to attract to the area. And I'll tell you, social media is all about grocery stores because evidently you have to pack a lunch to go to Westboro or Framingham or Marlboro.
Madam Chair, if I
Yes.
could, we also, they're all valid points. If you were doing a major rezoning, which would take years to study the zoning and build that
rewrite it
consensus. You have to build a consensus for a major overhaul of the zoning. What we tried to do here was to say the timeline in terms of active uses is now. The ability to attract a user who is willing to make a significant investment is now.
And this is what the planning board.
And it also reflects what the planning board to revise regulations for Route 9 to allow for mixed-use development. We looked at all of that, and we said, what works that can be done now? And if you had to redo the zoning, it would be probably it's like, I don't know how long it took you to do your master plan, but most communities spend months and months and years doing master plans. And the reason that they don't get executed is by the time they get approved,
The world
that ship
changes.
has sailed.
We had an effort, some years ago to do a master, redo of our zoning, and after a lot of work, it went nowhere.
Right.
So, I mean, I do understand that.
Burned.
But there is some, it just feels to me that there's something somewhere in the middle that doesn't, quite feel like it's like you have the blueprints ready, and, here's the zoning that supports the blueprints, and the other end, which is, have a multi-year study and try and do perfect zoning.
But if I may, Madam Chair.
That's- I don't want to belabor the point.
But to your point, that's one of the reasons we provided for the ancillary uses around the major structure, is that there may be some very attractive uses that come down the pike or become vogue over the next 2 to 5 years, that you'll have the flexibility to put them in place. So when we tried to balance a perceived need, a perceived impact mitigation, and the flexibility to achieve some other desired uses that are not on the radar right now. So you do have that. Now, that maybe it's not 50,000, maybe you want 100,000, and so we did factor all that in, and you have to make a judgment call given the circumstances. And I would have to say that this report was done 2 or 3 years ago, and you have an opportunity to execute a lot of those desires either directly or indirectly by creating the activity in this area that will become like a magnet and attract other uses, that you may modify your zoning as a result of that. But the other thing it also does is it's a step forward. And to the point as who sponsors the article, we just followed what in my experience has been the usual procedure, which is you go to the select board who refers it statutorily to the planning board. We'd love to have the planning board make a recommendation to support it. So in essence, it is your article, but the filing is just customary practice.
Well, I concede, that your heart is in the right place. I'm merely trying to, you have a hearing to get public feedback, and I've done my best as one resident.
And we appreciate
We
it.
appreciate
We appreciate it.
But I think that incorporating the master plan, there was a lot of time and effort put into that. We studied this closely, and that was some, like Bob was saying, some of our guidelines of developing the plan we did was that plan.
The master plan was developed by the planning board, and, the people who are in front of you had a large hand in making that happen.
There's a lot of time.
We do know that the work went in.
100%.
Thank you, Tim. Anyone else? Anyone online? I don't see any hands raised.
Just one more comment, Mimi.
Yep.
Obviously, we're working through the IP district. We're working on draft language to change that. You heard that earlier in the meeting. So I do wonder if this is some sort of, if we think about it, if this is something the planning board does want to try and support. Is it a zoning or an overlay? Because I think that's a big point that will be raised if we need to make a decision on that. Because I think you could work and work and work, and then if we don't really want a zoning, like, specific change like this, and we'd rather have an overlay district, we have 2 weeks to try and advance this. Since I'm working on the IP, I'm happy to kind of step in and work with town to be able to kind of figure out how do we do this and simplify it, because to Tim's point, 2 articles make 4 problems, and that is it's a challenge.
It's a valid point, but I would just caution, if you do an overlay is, if you've just gone through the MBTA, it's not just a use, it's filing, dimensionals, it's a whole zoning template that is months and months and months. I mean, I didn't follow Southborough's experience on the MBTA, but I went through a number of communities myself.
Well, it took forever, but our overlay kept all the dimensional regulations in the district. So we didn't change all of those things. So continue to the next. Anybody else? Or did you have something else? I'm sorry. Okay.
Can I just ask a question about the timing then, if you're going to make changes to this article, and when is the printing? Would the planning board be able to see the next version before?
Oh, sure, absolutely. I mean, we would hope that your recommendations would be incorporated into the printed article.
Yeah, I think,
Printed
didn't
for a while?
town administrator say the beginning of October for printing or something?
Okay.
So our next meeting's September 8th.
When the original town meeting date was November 3rd, I think town council had said September 1st.
September 1st for the print?
No, hold on, I'm trying to read it.
They closed the warrant.
That's when they that's when they sign the warrant, so what is in the warrant,
Printed.
if it's not what you want, it has to be amended on the floor, right? So I think that,
That's only after it's printed.
yeah, hold on. I'm
Yeah,
trying
we
to
haven't even
find it.
started public hearings yet, so we
Give me
wouldn't even
one
have
second
it,
here.
we'd have a draft.
Here it is, he said, at July, no, that's not it either. Give me a second to just find it. I have this. I have it right here, I'll look. Let me just look in my email, that's more direct.
Once it's printed, any changes have to be made from the town meeting.
Yeah, once it's printed, hold on one second.
That's the whole purpose of the public hearings, to take the feedback and modify it.
So, he
It
had
also goes
written,
through our legal review, town council and all that, so it's not just printing time.
oh, this was, at the June 17th Select Board, the November 3rd special town meeting to be held at, if you will be seeking to place an article on the warrant, please submit any request to me as soon as possible, but no later than September 1st.
That's submitting.
The Select Board is tentatively set to sign the final warrant at their October 7th meeting. That's
That
it,
makes sense.
October 7th.
Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't remember.
That makes sense.
Karina, can I ask, or Mimi, can I ask a question? I don't have our meeting schedule in front of us. Karina, do you have that? How many meetings, do we have 2 meetings in September? I know it's like okay. The 8th, and one was an 8.
And the
Okay.
29th.
Okay, thank you.
September 8th and September 29th. Yeah. So,
Can I make one more suggestion? Can we put either the presentation and/or just the current draft of what we have on our webpage? So I know I'm going to be directing people to it, so if we could get it up on, the website, that would be great.
okay. It's also in the meeting packet for tonight next to the agenda, but we can make a special spot.
I mean, people aren't going to go through the packet, they're going to want to
Yeah,
just
go right
quickly
there.
go to it and see it. So if we could do that, that would be great. Thank you.
Add just the warrant article, or do you want the presentation?
I think the presentation as well.
Okay. You're welcome.
Continue?
Need to go to bed. I make a motion to continue the public hearing for proposed zoning amendment to add highway major retail to Chapter 174-2.b to 7 o'clock on September 8th, 2025. We don't have any other hearings, 7 o'clock.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes?
Demiria, yes.
Brascio, yes.
Thank you.
For your time and consideration.
Till
Thank you
September
very
8th. Happy Labor Day.
Thank you.
All right. Sad summer, it's gone.
The next item on the agenda is 2 East Main Street, multifamily building, major site plan approval, and special permit downtown district. We have not received any information or any update on this, and I saw Mr. Bemis earlier, but I do not see him now. No.
I make a motion to continue the public hearing for 2 East Main Street multifamily building major site plan approval and 2 East Main Street multifamily building special permit downtown district to 7:05 on September 8th, 2025.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I would just say that this is the 8th continuation with no further information. If we're in the same position on 9/8, we should think about, I already asked him to withdraw and come back when he's ready. At the last meeting, he was unwilling to do that. The only thing we have left is to just deny it until he's ready to come back.
I can tell you that he was working, he mentioned to me he's working on architecturals, and he was looking for some feedback. He said he was going to be here this evening, but it was going to be earlier in the meeting, so. But that was this afternoon when we spoke.
So I have a motion. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes?
Demiria, yes.
Brascio, yes.
The next item on the agenda is a public hearing, 154 Turnpike Road, Suite 140, Chase Bank, major site plan approval, change of use. So this is a modification to a major site plan approval.
How you guys doing?
Hey, Shannon.
Great. How are you? Did you want to update anything, or do you want Shannon to just kick it off? Okay.
Sure. Oh, I also got one more card in today. Do you guys want this? Hey. Thank you.
Okay, hold on one second. I have to read the legal ad. Did I not read the legal ad for the warrant article? Hold on a second. If you want, I can read it and we can attend it to
The warrant article, there was a legal ad for that?
that was the public hearing opening. Yeah, I should have read the public hearing opening.
Well, I mean, the next hearing will show up.
You want me to read it as a formality so it gets on the record of the meeting? And then, and read it again at the next meeting, saying, just in case, I mean, it's very short.
We can read it every meeting.
Yeah,
To be clear, this isn't 154 Turnpike. This is the previous hearing the legal ad for the zoning amendment.
Right, so my mistake, I should have read this legal ad at the beginning of the zoning amendment, opening of the public hearing for highway major retail. So this was the public hearing notice, it still is zoning amendment per section MGL 48, section 5. The planning board of the town of Southborough shall hold a public hearing on Monday, August 18th, 2025 at 7:05 PM in the McAuliffe Hearing Room, 17 Common Street, Southborough, Mass. And via Zoom to consider amending the town code with a new definition, highway major retail, to be added to the 174-2.b definitions, and to consider amending section 174-8.6 industrial park district to allow the use of by special permit highway major retail. A copy of the application and plans may be viewed at the planning office at the Southborough Townhouse during normal business hours or at the planning board agenda center at www.southboroughma.gov agenda center planning-board-29. Any person wishing to be heard on the proposed plan should appear at the time and place designated or join virtually at the following link at www.southboroughma.gov/674/virtual-meeting. The ads were run as appropriately on August 4th and Monday, August 11th, and towns and agencies were notified as well. So, sorry about that.
Perfect. Now you can read the public hearing notice for 154
154.
Turnpike Road, Suite 140, Chase Bank.
Okay, so this is the public hearing notice for major site plan approval, 154 Turnpike Road, Suite 140, map 37, lot 3. The Southborough Planning Board shall hold a public hearing on Monday, August 18th, 2025 at 7:15 PM in the McAuliffe Hearing Room, 17 Common Street, Southborough, Mass. And via Zoom to consider the application of 154 Turnpike Road LLC for the property located at 154 Turnpike Road, Suite 140, for major site plan approval per Town Code Section 174-10. This hearing is regarding the change of use of 3,636 square feet, which is Suite 140, from a restaurant to office, bank, office building space located in the Business Highway District along Route 9. A copy of the application and plans may be viewed at the planning office at the Southborough Townhouse during normal business hours or at the planning board agenda center at www.southboroughma.gov/agenda-center/planning board. Any person wishing to be heard on the proposed plan should appear at the time and place designated or join virtually via Zoom at the following link, www.southboroughma.gov/674/virtual-meetings. And now to give you a quick update, where did it go? There it is in my hand. We received submission 1 of the application for major site plan approval for a change of use from Capital Group Properties permitting agent Shannon Boyce on July 29th. It was filed with the town clerk on July 30th. The legal ad went to the town clerk and was filed with the town clerk July 30th. The legal ad was sent to the newspaper on the 29th of July for publication on August 4th and August 11th, 2 consecutive Mondays. We received a fee for the application, which was deposited on the 29th. A legal ad was provided to the applicant on July 31st. Green cards and white return receipts were received at the planning office on August 15th. The legal ad went to towns and agencies as required on July 31st. And the planning board was provided the submittal number 1, and it was also distributed to the town departments. That brings us to tonight, the opening of the public hearing. Okay.
Are you all set?
I am, thank you.
Welcome, Shannon.
Hello. How you doing? All right, so for the record, Shannon Boyce, I'm the real estate permitting manager for Capital Group Properties. I'm here on behalf of 154 Turnpike Road LLC. And so we're here to do a change in tenant use. We had the old Tomaso's restaurant at Suite 140, and now we have a new tenant, Chase Bank, who'd like to take over the suite. So any questions you have for me?
Thank you. Ms. Houlihan.
So nice to see you, Shannon. So I know you've addressed this in the letter to the town, but we've had outstanding issues with this property. And although you've addressed them, we still don't have a as-built plan. That was what we approved. And so the site is still not in compliance. And we've been trying to work, it wasn't with you, but it was with the other DePietri, Justin.
Yes.
And that was over 2 years ago, and that just stopped. The communication just stopped. So I honestly have no problem with the change of use for Chase. Like, I'm fine with that. It's the site plan, and it's the challenges there of the removal of the trees and some of the other issues, the lighting. It didn't change over 10 years ago. It was actually more recent than that. Unless you have documentation to prove that, I think that it was more recent than 10 years ago. And so it's just compliance with what we've asked. And I'm just needing your help because I wasn't satisfied with what was in the letter.
Well, what we were going to suggest is if you wanted to do a site visit, Bowler said that they would come out too. So if we want to schedule a site visit and just review everything. Bowler also had difficulty creating this current site plan and comparing it to the approved one. So they suggested it would be best if we could just go do a walkthrough together and pinpoint what the issues are and try to come up with a solution for everything. So I'm completely open to that. I don't know if you guys are available and would be able to do that. Maybe we can schedule something.
So I honestly, I've only served on this planning board for 6 years. I'd have to defer to my more tenured members here and the town planner. I've never encountered a situation like this, Shannon. Like, I'm very hesitant to do anything with this site without having that ability to actually have a comparative as-built with what Bowler's compared. And knowing that they've had challenges, you can understand and appreciate where we are. So I would need to kind of defer to my more tenured members, and then I'll withhold additional comment right now.
Okay.
Mr. Maria?
Hi, Shannon, thank you for coming forward. I also don't have any issue with the change in use. I mean, this is the property that we received, a lot of email correspondence back and forth between town planner and Justin over the years, and promises that things would get done and things weren't get done. I'm less, I guess, more hesitant to say that somebody should just go out and take a look, because I think there's a lot documented. So I think we would need to see, some improvements in this site to get towards compliance. This is the site, I think, when we talk about, where is our leverage? We don't have a lot of leverage, to be honest, as a planning board, except for when a proponent comes back and we say, your site's been out of compliance. And this is the one that I think about when others do the same, because we expect that, we have, the planning department that gives a lot of time, and if we look and effort and goodwill to try to make things happen. If we look back, and I look back at some of the correspondence, there was really a lot of correspondence between Karina and Justin. And as Marnie says, it didn't, didn't really come to fruition. We're sort of left hanging. I don't think it's a walkthrough. I think there's plenty documented, and it has to become in compliance.
Well, I reviewed what Karina gave me, and it didn't leave me with any direction of what we would do with it. That's why we're suggesting a walkthrough. I mean, there was a lot of, you're out of compliance and stuff, but what do you want us to do? You know what I mean? We need some direction and guidance for that to make it happen. I mean, are we looking that we want to get back to the exact original site plan, or are you open to considering that some of the vegetation that has grown in, although it may not be native species, it's created barriers, for instance, it's grown in, do we really want to tear things out at this point? So I think it would be beneficial for the board, or if the whole board can't make it, I don't know if you can have a representative, if Karina can just do it, to come out and do a walkthrough and tell me, where can we meet in the middle ground? Where do we have to, address it and get it right back to original plan? What are the options? I think it would be good for us to do that.
Okay, I see your point. Yeah, I'm open to that if that's what the board would like to do.
Ms. Braccio?
Thank you. Thank you, Shannon, for coming. It's nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
I'm also fine with changing the use, but I haven't been on the board. I am the least longevity member on the board, and I know that there have been problems for a long time. So I am going to support my other members on this, but know that I do support the Chase Bank.
Yes.
But we really need to make progress. I think, as we've heard here tonight, it's been years in the making, and we really need to get this done. And we've had a great working relationship with you, And I hope that continues, and I hope that through that relationship, you know, we can reach some form of agreement, so thank you.
I think we definitely can. I mean, I think that if we can put this on the next agenda, or if the next agenda is loaded up, we can, you know, meet and go forward from here and figure out a solution.
Yeah, I'm pretty much with my fellow board members. I'm fine with the change of use, but this is a modification for the site plan. This has been out of compliance since 2019. We were promised that, that this site would come back for a modification of a site plan to deal with the out-of-compliance issues, and then we were ghosted. And I think that I had mentioned it to you previously when you were before us for a
Yes.
sign, just so you were aware. So, yeah, the letter definitely doesn't go far enough. And I take particular exception with we acknowledge the planning board's concerns regarding the current landscape conditions in the perceived deviations from the originally approved site plan.
That's legal speak. I'm an attorney. No.
But it's not
I mean,
perceived.
well,
There are huge deviations.
And we can, when we do the site walkthrough, I'll see if either one of the DePietris would like to join us, but there's where the perceived come in. Like they said, for instance, some of the plants at the front were killed off by salt in the winter, things like that.
But you're
So they have their-
required to
Yes.
upkeep your site. And if things die, you're required to replace them. And
Yeah.
so I understand, I know that there were Bradford pears on the front, and they died, and they were replaced with maple. Yay, I'm all for that. I
That's
hate
great.
Bradford pears, and they're an invasive species. But where are the other invasive species that are being removed? That in this
Well,
letter?
I think that's where a site walkthrough, I'm not an environmentalist, so I couldn't go out to that property and tell you what was invasive or what was not.
So where did
So-
that information come from then?
I spoke with Bill DePietri,
And he
and I
said-
reviewed the letters between her and Justin. And then Bowler also gave me their feedback after they did the plan. So that's what I crafted my letter around.
Okay, so I don't know where so I've been over there several
Yeah.
times, and it's not, the landscaping is not adequate. You know, what's there, personally, as one board member, I think there were things approved that we wouldn't, like types of plants we wouldn't approve now. But
Okay.
personally, if they're there and they're living and they're compliant with the previous site plan, I'm not going to force you to pull them up. I don't think, I don't know what the others think, but I wouldn't. But all of the landscaping was pulled out, and what was put back was,
Like site-wide, like you're saying?
yeah.
Not all of it, like portions? You're saying all of it was
Oh, no,
pulled?
all of it, all of it was all pulled out. There's shrubbery in front of the building that was removed, and that maiden grass is there now, and there are rocks instead of plants. And there's also the issue of the public shade tree that was removed, and I know that in the letter it says it was dead, but there's the
It was
inconvenient.
encroaching on a retaining wall, from what I was told. The roots were encroaching into a retaining wall on the property, so it was like a twofold thing.
Well,
Yeah.
so there's the inconvenient truth that an arborist for the town had gone out and had evaluated all kinds of public shade trees, and they happened to do that road. And that tree was considered in good condition in 2021.
Okay, and
So if it died a year later, that there was some malfeasance there.
okay, so in 2022 is when it was taken down?
I think so.
Okay, I was not here in 2022. But, no, yeah, that's why I think a site walkthrough would probably be good with Bowler, and, you know, I can coordinate the DePietris to come out too, or at least
So
one of the
what's the
DePietris.
purpose of the site walk?
So we can come to, I guess, an understanding on what we need to do to get this up to planning boards, you know, get it up to snuff for planning board. I mean, I don't know if it's possible to get it back to the original landscaping approved plan without tearing you're telling me everything's gone now. So it would be great to know, what are you okay with us keeping? What works there? What do we have to actually change, instead of us going over there and bulldozing everything and tearing it all up,
Can I say?
you know?
So Shannon, there is a plan that Justin had submitted in the early 20s, around the time we're talking about 20. where they did a comparison of what was approved on the site plan and overlaid information of what they put there. I think
I don't
if you
think-
don't have
I
that,
never
we
got a
can
copy of
try
that.
and- Yeah, if you don't have it in your records, we'll try and locate it. I think I saw it when I was going through the
Did you?
files.
Yeah, if you could forward that to me, then I'll take a look at that.
Maybe I
But
saw
is
I
that,
think-
are you saying that plan is something that they would, that,
That's
board
what
would
they
agree-
started working with that plan and actually had presented or given it to the planning board back then, and then everything stopped.
So,
So-
so that plan, what was, so the landscaping was pulled out and other landscaping was pulled in, and that plan overlaid what was put in.
okay.
And it was not adequate. There's not adequate screening there, so more
More
needs to be.
screening needs to
put in.
be put in.
And it
place.
needs to be more in line with the approved site plan.
So are they able to keep what's in there and then fill in the rest with what was approved or something like that? I mean, what is,
Well, that's
I
my
just-
opinion. What does the
I
rest of
don't
the
know
board
what,
think?
what thrives together, what would kill each other off. I don't know anything about,
I don't think plants beat each other up.
I don't know. Well, don't weeds take over an area and, you know what I mean? So when we're saying there are some invasive plants on this property, right? So
Oh, I
if we
don't
go
know
back,
if there are.
I thought that's what, no, I thought that's what the issue was. There were invasive plants instead of the natives or something.
To probably look at it again and re-educate, because I think there was also a fence that was going to go up. And during discussions, there was talk that perhaps if this vegetative buffer was increased, the fence might not be required.
Yeah,
But we can look at the meeting minutes from back then.
okay.
And I'll show you where you can find those.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can get up to speed, and I'll get you that plan to get a better idea of
All right. So
what you need to do.
do we want to do a walkthrough, or do we want me to just,
I think it's difficult for the planning board as a general whole to go to a site plan during the day, to do a site walk during the day.
okay.
And I don't know if the benefit is of just me going there.
So I just think, what does the rest of the board think? I'm thinking that there need to be more plantings in line with what was required in the original site plan, and that means adding plants. I don't think they need to pull anything out unless it's,
Because it's nicely grown in and like,
yeah. Is everyone
What do
in
you-
agreement on that? So I just think a more compliant landscape plan needs to be submitted. And also, there needs to be the detail on the lighting that was
so
replaced.
if you can get me a copy of that plan, the overlay one, if I send that to Bowler, maybe they'll be able to help me get counts of like what the number of plants in certain areas. Will they be able to help me identify all that of where I need to fill?
I don't know if Bowler, as a landscape architect, who can
Yeah.
identify the plants, but Justin was doing a lot of the legwork, submitting the information to me. So you might check with him first.
Okay.
And then, but Bowler they may have the ability to determine the plants and what's there or not. I just don't know their expertise.
Or if I look at the original landscape thing, if we just
Yeah, there's a
select what
condition.
was approved and just to fill in, whatever was on the approved list, we can just use as fill?
Yeah, I think you have to see the plan. I'll get you first. Take a
Okay,
look at that first, and then we can brainstorm on that.
okay. And then before we do anything, we would have to first come back here to you and say, this is our idea. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, so planting and lighting?
Is this supposed to be an official modification application again? Or is this more of a discussion item?
No, it's a
It's a mod,
hearing.
yeah, it's a hearing.
So it'll be an application.
So like
It'll be
another,
A
this one would
modification
be,
to major site plan.
Well, isn't this a modification to major site plan? That's
well, this
change
is
of
just the
use?
change in tenant use.
It's different. It's more specific to just that space.
This is just change of use.
It's not the site plan itself. It's a change of use for the, no exterior work.
Would it be a major site plan review for the landscaping, like exterior work, because even though it's just landscaping?
Well,
So
if you
What was
think it would
lighting, too?
apply.
my fear is to separate them, we'll never see the landscaping
Yeah.
again.
I'm not going to do that to you.
So we have to determine if this application can cover those site plan features as a revised submittal.
I would prefer to keep the two separate. I don't want to have the tenant sitting out there in limbo over a landscaping issue. You know what I mean? It's a change in tenant use.
Yeah, the planning board has to make that decision. With a modification to major site plan, it's 3.5 weeks, because it has to be publicly advertised again as a separate application. There's a fee.
I'll submit another application for
Right.
that,
So-
yeah. But I need to see,
This isn't a modification? They have a site plan.
It's a change of use,
But a change of use requires site plan approval, and which
Well, we
would
haven't
be a
re-
modification to what's already there.
Right, because they're changing tenants.
Yeah.
So how we differentiate that is that if there's no exterior site work, like adding an ATM or expanding the parking or changing the landscaping or changing the exterior lighting, we simply go in with a kind of a truncated major site plan where they don't have to show drainage, and they have a recent site plan that reflects the parking that gets passed by with the building commissioner, that he's on board, that the change of use doesn't affect the septic. It's a truncated process. But if
So
you-
can we condition the change of use on,
I don't think you should. I mean, it's,
well, so this has been going on since 2019.
So if you include this, so the problem is probably, like Shannon is indicating, the tenant is going to get the brunt of the weight, and they might miss, and they might lose the opportunity, I would gather. If this takes, I don't know their time frame, right? I don't know what Chase Bank's limitations are.
Yeah.
So it's kind of something that can run.
So do we
in
need to go
parallel.
through the building commissioner and say the site plan's out of compliance and have enforcement action taken then? I mean, I don't know if this can't be wrapped into just modifying the site plan.
Well, I would think if the proponent, if Capital Group Properties agrees to include it in with this and revise their submittal, it puts them in the position that they're holding their client at bay, not the planning board. And I don't mean to point fingers like that, but in the end, it's really their.
So does that mean it needs to be re-advertised?
If you want to keep it
see
separate.
another separate application where I put all the landscaping and lighting, like a major site plan approval for that?
It's a modification to major site plan. However, the planning board is seeking to tie this to this application because they haven't had progress. So it's one or the other. If the planning board allows the application to be modified, then we continue with a revised submittal, including the site that shows the changes, and it puts your tenant, potential tenant, in a holding pattern until that's, either way, they're going to be in a holding pattern until you either do the modification or you resubmit to the satisfaction of the board for the site.
Now, why would the tenant be held, it's a totally separate issue. Why would the tenant, this is a change in use,
Because the site plan is not compliant.
but we can address one and continue on the other, or I can submit a whole new application just on the other. I don't know why this would affect the
Yeah,
change in use.
that's up to the planning board.
Yeah, Shannon, from our perspective, is we've been trying to get this in compliance.
Mhm.
The last communication from Justin was September 2021,
Okay.
so for
Well,
4 years.
I've only been here since 2024.
No,
so-
I completely
and I'm telling you,
appreciate
I'm not
that,
gonna walk away from
But it
you
wasn't their
guys.
priority to even get this for over the last 4 years. It's been no one's priority at Capital Group to come in and get this resolved. And so now you have a tenant, and so your emergency does not justify our emergency.
I still think they're two separate issues, and I think you're trying to hang your hat on a separate issue. It doesn't go. This is a change in tenant use.
We
So if you want to
disagree.
do the building inspector enforcement action, I can understand that, but to make this decision on a change in tenant use application where I'm not proposing any work outside.
I have
I
a
just-
suggestion. I just thought of this. Perhaps if we want to keep a clear line here, that the decision for the major site plan approval for this tenant could have a condition in it that ties it to certificate of occupancy, that the modification for the site plan to fix it would be tied to some other permit that is required by the tenant space changing. In other words, if the planning board were to vote and a decision is written, a condition is agreed to that says, we approve your major site plan for your change of use, but one of the conditions will be that there will be no certificate of occupancy until the site plan is in compliance, the other site plan,
And how long
with the
does,
landscaping and all that. And then you'd have to apply for that.
here's the question, do we have to wait, so if they make plantings, are we now in compliance as the plantings, or do we gotta wait for a whole growing season before we're in compliance?
No, usually
like, how's that gonna work?
if you install what's proposed,
Uh-huh.
then it's shown it's in compliance. If the plants fail after a certain amount of time, you're still responsible to keep those maintained, but you have your site plan approval.
Okay.
Just means if you don't fix them again, you're back in the same spot. If a year goes by and the plants die, they have to be living and functioning for the duration of your site plan.
So next time I can get out to you as far as the landscaping, if we went immediately quick, which I don't think we could, because now I'm going to have to review that plan, get with a landscaper. Are we going to be able to plant at that point in time? And now our tenant has to wait all winter long for us to plant in the spring?
Yeah, I don't,
Yeah,
I
so-
can't answer that.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question? It seems to me I think we have four things, but I'm not sure. So we're talking about the landscape plan. I recall there was the area behind the property there were originally like Jersey barriers, and then that was kind of maybe scrapped, and there was going to be some trees or shrubs. That is not accomplished either, I believe. I'm not sure if that's the second or if that's part of.
That area, my understanding is that it's not native planting back there that has since really grown in.
But that wasn't what was
That was my
asked.
understanding of that. There's no fence there. It's like planting, but it's
So,
not native.
I think there was clear guidance on that. I can't recall. I think that initially it was Jersey barriers and it was kind of like ugly. And I think that there was a compromise that there'd be some trees, so that way no cars or
Something like that.
anything would be. So I think we have we have the plantings, we've got that area, we
There
have
is
the
this
lighting.
fence.
And I just want to make sure I recollect whether the public shade tree business was taken care of. Then we also need a request for public shade tree removal, because it was removed.
The public shade tree on
That's
Breakneck?
on Breakneck in the corner.
Mhm,
right?
yeah.
So I think there's four things. I don't think it's just one. I think it's these
Let me
four.
see.
I mean, together, they're, the-
And I did just find the email that was
Great.
from Justin to Karina, the last one that she
Are you
forwarded
able to
to us
pull-
on 9/12/2022, which details all those things. I don't know if you have that email.
I don't think so. Are you able to put it on the board?
I'm not online, but
you want to just read them?
yeah, it basically says, this was just in from Justin, the feedback for 154. He had submitted the certified tree letter, the landscape plan, the 154 light cut sheet, the 154 pole light plan, the back of parking lot, the turnpike plans revised, the landscape plans. And so he said, "Hi, Karina, sorry for the last minute submission on this. It's been tough to get the landscape overlay with everyone so busy. So please see the attached documents, the landscape plan with overlay, a picture of the back lot showing where the fence was proposed and the wooded buffer that is currently present, certified tree letter with pictures and light cut sheet and light plan." And so she had written in September 6, 2022, that we were scheduled to meet on 9/12/2022. And when did his letter came in? That morning, but I don't think they ever came to that meeting. And so she details kind of everything that was to be done. So I do think that will be a good starting point for you.
Okay.
I can just forward it to you. If you want to just come
Yes,
around,
if you
I'm
could.
just going to forward it to you right now.
Okay.
Can you, just come around to type in your email?
Yeah, sure, I'll type it in for you.
And so you have it?
So basically use this, you think, is my guideline?
Yeah, because I think that was, they had never submitted the modification to the site plan, but it seemed like some of the work was done. But now the question is, with what was done in 2022 and what's there now, I think it might be different.
So it may be even different from what that was in that email.
So remember, this was 2022. See, what you've submitted or what Bowler just did was 2025. So
Mhm.
like, there's just been
It's
so much
travel.
time to like trying to figure out, so.
Okay.
I mean, that, I think that's, and I know this doesn't fall on you, Shannon, please don't take this personally, because I think it's just, we are struggling here because we've tried for 5 years to get this place in compliance, and we
Yeah.
just don't know how to do this.
Mhm.
And feel like even if we grant Chase the opportunity for the change of use, there's no guarantee you're ever going to come back to do this.
I mean, I'm not a scumbag.
No.
Seriously.
I'm not saying you are,
I mean,
no, it's not personally,
I
but.
absolutely intend to file a new application and come in for this.
Clarify, if you were to condition it, it wouldn't be, you could condition it that they have to meet the modification, or they have to meet, submit and meet a modification within a certain time frame and have it completed within a certain time frame. In other words, because Shannon's concern is that you condition it and now she can't do the plants because winter's coming, right? So you'd say, like we did with 10 Turnpike, you have 6 months. Your application has to come in within 2 months, and then you have to have it completed in 6 planning board meetings, or something like that,
Or spring, or something more.
or some definitive time.
And would the tenant not be able to occupy until then? Because that would be pretty detrimental.
There would be some,
Their ETA was like November, December latest.
Best way is probably to just do a new application, have her bring it in, approve this and be done with it, because I just think you're going to open up a legal can of worms.
this says you can condition, you made a condition approval of use of
We were just itemizing, Marnie had found a letter from, the last letter from Justin back in 2022. It looks like there's 4 or 5 things, including possibly public shade tree application. I don't know if they ever came to replace that tree. They did not, right? So we have the lighting, the public shade tree application, we have the landscape plan, and we have the pole, and, that was the pole and the lighting, and then we have the fencing, the fenced area in the back that was Jersey barrier, but then there was supposed to be a planting.
Can I ask, the last one you just said before the barrier, the pole, what is that about?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
it's the
All right.
lighting and the
Lights.
poles.
Poles, okay.
In my opinion, that's a lot. That's not just a few shrubs or weeds. I think it's too much. I think this has been a problem site for a lot of years. I'm sorry that this has happened because, it has nothing to do with your applicant and Chase coming in. That sounds very good, to be honest.
Yeah.
But this has taken an enormous amount of planning board time and planning department time. And I think that this problem is now becoming our problem again. And I think it just needs to be resolved.
I agree.
Yeah, but I think that we, how can you imagine that we could allow any further changes, and knowing that this may continue on, longer?
Are you opposed to conditioning this on submitting a compliant?
I don't see what the benefit is, to be honest, because the Chase is not going to get the occupancy permit unless everything's done. So
Yeah.
why don't they just do everything and come back? Will it save the few weeks?
you mean,
These 5 things that I just mentioned, the lighting, a public shade tree application, a proposal for the plants, the fenced-in area with the cut-through was made.
as a modification application?
I think all that stuff,
Separate.
well, I think public shade tree application has to be separate, but I think
Right.
modification for all those things has to take place.
So are you saying
But a proposal for the plants.
keep this project, this site plan, major site plan for the tenants for the change of use, and they are required to also
No,
submit a
I'm-
modification.
Yeah, that's just my
You
opinion.
wanna roll
but
it- you're
I
saying
think
into
it needs to
one.
be addressed. I think it's gone on too long.
So Colleen thinks that there's a legal issue that the application before us is for the change of use, and that you can't hold the change of use hostage for prior non-compliance, but you can condition the approval of this. It may end up being the same amount of time.
Yeah.
But I think that's basically says. What a planning board can do, they can condition the approval of a new site plan, of the new site plan on the applicant's compliance with the prior approvals. So kind of like, you're not looking to change the site plan, you're really just looking to conform.
Right.
So I don't even
So-
think that needs a new application.
Is this, so it's a situation where it's like a continuation to the next meeting and just kind of until we show that we,
We can use the zoning enforcement officer to start, filing fees, and something like that, because the planning board really doesn't have any enforcement capability, which is the frustration.
yeah. So, but do I need to file a whole new application, or do, like, I want to know what my next steps
So
are?
this is all from my.
And
you know,
can I file that and that, whatever the public shade tree one is, together, so that we can try to keep them sort of going together? Sweet.
So the bottom line, it says in this little thing that I pulled up was, a planning board in Massachusetts generally cannot legally hold up a site plan change of use solely because of past violations. Enforcement of those violations must occur through zoning enforcement, not through withholding an approval of a new otherwise compliant application. But not if it's going to hold it up. But it doesn't really fit this, is all I'm trying to say.
Well, it
I just
does.
think it opens up a can of worms legally, because, it's an already approved site plan that you're in violation of.
Yes.
So,
I think that you could condition to say that they have to submit a modification to address the non-compliance. Whether you tie it to a certain time frame or a permit, it's probably safer to tie it to a time frame than you're not,
in this
right?
application.
So
right.
you could move forward, condition it like we did with the contractor's yard building, that if they get the 40B changes the site plan, they have to come back, right, with a modification. With 120 Turnpike, they have to come back for a modification because they changed the site plan. That's a So I think
Okay, so I
a condition.
have
come
to,
back
I
with
have to
another
submit that application.
That's my.
Can't run away from it.
So the language
sense
that
to
we
me.
would do is, I would propose that we would approve the change of use on the condition as discussed that they'd need to submit, because again, the occupancy, I think, is the challenge legally, but that they would be required to submit within, like, let's say by October 15th, a modification to the site plan. Is that feasible?
But
And a-
what is the modification for, though? I guess I'm.
For the lighting and the landscaping and the fencing.
But so we're not
So-
going back to the past site plan? You're going to,
We're modifying the past.
They're modifying it.
oh, okay.
So, yeah, I
then
think
yes.
you're gonna let me basically for the plantings fill in, right? And then I gotta address the lighting, so I'm guessing that would mean that if this lighting complies to the dark skies, are we good with that? And fantastic. And the barrier fence, I'll look into that too. Yeah,
And then
Yeah,
the
so I guess
tree
it would be-
application.
And then the public shade.
The
yeah,
public
and the public shade trees, so.
That's the application.
Think about mitigation for removing that tree.
Are they gonna want the tree in the same exact spot? Public shade tree, or you just want a nice public shade tree somewhere on the property?
Well, a public shade tree would have to be within the,
Sidewalk
Okay,
area?
Public right away.
and that, you couldn't put that in there, that's the Sorry, that's
Oh,
the tree warden. But it was a 90-inch round,
Yeah, 90-inch.
big,
yeah,
huge tree.
So the mitigation of the tree could come during that process.
Yeah.
You could figure out how the planning board would accept some kind of
See if we can find a nice spot for a
Solution.
shade tree.
either there or somewhere else, but that can be settled there.
Yeah.
The goal here is to,
Approve the change of use with the condition.
with the condition that you'll be required to submit a modification to the approved site plan,
Okay,
because you have an approved site plan, it's just not compliant,
right.
right?
Vacation. And do we want to go by October 15th, or is there another date? Was it?
Well, what's our planning board date in October?
It is,
So let's do 7 days before that.
well, it's going to be a public hearing notice, so
Oh.
be 3.5 weeks, so it would have to be a complete application. So October 20th
10/20 is the meeting, right?
is a meeting, but
Meeting,
what we would
application.
need is a timeframe of when you would, she would be required to submit to me a complete application to get the ball rolling. And then it would fall on the next.
Planning board meeting is in November 10th, and then back up 3 weeks,
Okay, 11.
which is October 15th-ish.
Well, you want the public hearing to open on November 10th?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay,
So she at least has modified, so the condition is not contingent on the occupancy. It's the condition is that they need to submit a modification to site plan and a public shade tree application by October 15th.
Uh-huh.
Then we'd open the public hearings for those modifications
And-
on November, whatever that date
Okay.
was.
So submit my application by 10:15, meeting is 11:10. Sweet, I can do that.
Does that work?
Works for me.
Okay.
So we'd have to check the calendar that it's 3.5 weeks.
Well, I can check my phone.
So October, if we receive the application.
Calendar.
I'm going to say that's
October 15th, 7, 14, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. That's 26 days before the meeting.
It's based
Good.
on the
That's
Monday timeframe, though. Hold on,
Oh.
hold on. It's not just.
15th is a Wednesday,
Right.
October 15th.
It's 14 days.
There are two applications here, so hold on.
Oh.
So if you're going to submit for
Yeah, that's,
November 10th, right?
yep,
10th is the fourth Monday after the 15th.
Right, so you would advertise on November 3rd, October 27th. It would have to go in the paper on October 22nd. I need to review it for completeness, so I would need it by the 15th at the latest.
Yeah,
So that was, I
latest.
just wanted to confirm, so.
I can do that, okay.
And you might want to, a day or two ahead, look at it with me, and then,
Yeah, can I maybe make an appointment with you for like the week prior?
yeah,
Okay.
you can call me on that. So the public hearing will be November 10th, opening
If Karina,
for modification of major site plan approval. Okay,
Is there anyone in?
6. Perfect, I could do that.
let me look. The audience calling?
So any questions or comments here in the room or on Zoom?
Kristen's, yeah.
Oh, Chris.
So were there any other things on the application for the change of use directly?
No, it's fine.
There's one person in the waiting room, no hand.
All right. I am going to make a motion to close the public hearing for 154 Turnpike Road, Suite 140, Chase Bank, major site plan approval, change of use.
And I second?
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor. Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes?
Brashear, yes.
I make a motion to approve the 154 Turnpike Road, Suite 140, Chase Bank, major site plan approval, change of use, with the conditions as noted in our discussion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor. Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes?
Brashear, yes.
So, Shannon,
Yes.
I'll draft a decision, and there'll be some standard conditions in there,
Okay,
but that'll be the one that mostly impacts
yeah.
your process.
All righty, cool. I think we can get this done.
I think so.
Sorry you have to pay for the sins of the previous.
Job security. All right, you guys want me to step aside, or do we want to do the
Yeah.
144?
We have one right before you. The next item on the agenda is a public hearing, 34 Sears Road, Scenic Road, stone wall removal. Replace new driveway location proposed.
Ed Tarker for the owner.
1 second, Ed, do you want to, you have to read the legal ad.
Yes, thank you. Scenic stone wall. Okay, this is the public hearing notice for the Scenic Road stone wall. Pursuant to the provisions of MGL Chapter 40, Section 15C, the Southborough Planning Board will hold a public hearing on August 18th, 2025 at 7:20 PM in the McAuliffe Hearing Room located on the second floor of the Townhouse, 17 Common Street, Southborough, Mass. 01772, to consider the removal and relocation of 26 feet of stone wall of 34 Sears Road to Scenic Road. The stone wall is to be rebuilt at the location of the previous driveway along the right-of-way boundary. A copy of the application and plans may be viewed at the planning office at the Southborough Townhouse during normal business hours or on the Planning Board Agenda Center, www.southborough.ma.gov/agenda center/planning-board. Any person wishing to be heard on the proposed plan should appear at the time and place designated or join virtually via Zoom at the following link, www.southboroughma.gov/674/virtual-meetings. Mimi Lucho, Chair. This application was, I'll just tell you, was received on July 29th. And filed with the town clerk on July 30th. There is no abutter notification, but the towns and agencies were notified as required. The application was distributed to all the town departments, even though it just needed to go to the DPW and building, but everybody had it. And it was run in the newspaper on Monday, August 4th, and Monday, August 11th, which brings us to tonight. And I'm sorry, will you just tell me your name again?
Ed Tarker, T-A-R-C-A.
T-A-R-C-A, Ed. And you're the?
I'm the contractor building the home at number 20,
Contract
representing Sandra, the owner.
Building.
Is there anything that you wanted to present, Ed?
Other than the narrative that was provided during construction, it just became obvious that the 4 mature trees plus a telephone pole presented a level of blindness to people coming out of the property. And as you know, Sears Road can have a fair amount of fast traffic that we found out for the last year. So the owners have an agreement with the owners at 34 to have access. So we're requesting changing the access to number 20 through number 34. And like the narrative said, we're maintaining the stones that come out of the existing section of 34. We're going to rebuild at number 20. There'll be no trees taken down in the public way at 34. Where we've selected the opening currently is a lot of invasive species growing on existing trees that will get cleaned up. If you've been by the property at number 20, we've got an extensive landscaping package, and we were going to continue that to the new section as well.
All set?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Houlihan.
Good evening, Ed. I'm sorry for such a delay tonight. Thank you
problem.
for sticking it out. So first of all, I walk by every day and I see the progress. It's a beautiful home, so it's stunning. Welcome Sandra and her husband Kevin to town. And The narrative that Robert Moss submitted, I think, was really well constructed. It really answered all of my questions. I am completely appreciative of the traffic on Sears Road. I think I'm going to get killed every time I'm there and I see all your construction workers there. It's a challenging road to navigate. That's a very tricky driveway, so I completely am in support. Thank you for preserving the trees. I think using the stones to kind of fill out the gap that you'll be closing is a wonderful way to repurpose them, and I have no issues. So thank you for coming
We also
tonight.
plan to seed the public way after we're done parking on it.
Is that something they can do, is seed the public way before you do that?
You would need to check with
I think just check with
DPW to
DPW.
review.
Yeah.
what kind of.
We've already spoken to them.
Okay.
And it's just a
Careful
way
with that.
of dressing up the raw dirt that's been there. We created some of that with all our parking off, trying to get off-site.
When you were going for your curb opening, your curb cut permit, right? You talked to Bill too
Yeah.
with the curb cut permit?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, you've already got
He
that.
has tentatively, we're going for our occupancy this week.
Okay.
So he's tentatively signed off of number 20. And we concurrently have a driveway permit for number 34.
Perfect. So I have no questions. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Maria?
Hi there. Good to meet you. I'm just curious about how wide well, I can see that it's too tight, right, for a driveway to fit on 34. But I guess my first reaction was I've seen driveways kind of clip a little corner of another property, but I don't have experience, to be honest, with a driveway fully going onto another lot.
Well, currently, there's a good-sized tree right there at the corner.
Yeah.
So for us to just shift it over just a hair and infringe on number 34 makes it quite difficult and would create a problem on the north side with that tree being in the way.
Yeah.
That would probably have to come down. So it just became obvious that we could meander through 34 into an opening, keep the driveway somewhat level, with a better sight line, north and south.
And this would be under an agreement? Do we have a copy of that agreement? This would be agreement between 34?
One was not provided, I don't believe.
Yeah, I guess my gut is it's something about it, just, I don't know if there's, other things going on the property, if there's easements or things like this. I think that's probably something that I'd like to see. Is there a reason that the driveway swings out as much? Is it because of the traffic that you were describing?
We wanted to achieve a good line sight, and we didn't want to take any more trees down.
Yeah.
The owner was steadfast that she didn't want to take any trees.
Well, I really appreciate that.
In back of and in front of the driveway. So you'll see there's one setback a little bit that won't impact the sight line. There's also more space between the pavement and the stone wall than there is at number 20. So when the car's moving out, you can clearly see better north and south.
Yeah. No, I understand the reason for the application. I don't know how I feel right now about using another property, and I think at a minimum, I'd probably like to see the agreement and make sure that there's no easements or anything else going on that on the
there it
property. Yeah, thanks.
I just want to point out, Debbie, before you move on, in the narrative, it does say that the new driveway is depicted on the attached exhibit. The owner has a written contract with the owner of 34 Sears Road, William DePietri, trustee, for the purchase of a permanent driveway easement on that lot. Is that the agreement you're looking for a copy of?
That would be the agreement. And I don't know if there's any prior easements on that property either. They're both okay, they're both the same.
They were both the Petrie property, so when that got hit by the electrical storm, and that was the house that burned down,
Right.
Mr. DePietri sold it to Sandra.
Okay, so I'm
And
just
so
thinking
he
about.
owns the property next door.
In the future, it's owned by Sandra and the DePietris still own the other lot, right? So I'm just, I just think that maybe we should see a copy of what that agreement might look like.
Ms. Braccio?
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for hanging on. This one was a little confusing for me, I'll be honest with you. I went back and looked at the master declarations of easements and restrictions and the original plan of land that was done. And there's a restrictive development area, and I believe that's what this area that you're putting the driveway through.
I believe it said no structures to be put on it, and that declaration has expired, 2018.
Go ahead, Mimi. You can, I'm gonna dig into what he just said, that it
I
expired.
think it was good for 30 years.
So the declaration is under Section 2, General Restrictions. Those expired in 30 years.
2018, I believe.
Yeah, but that's not the, so the, so it says, the lot shall have the mutual burden and benefit of the following restrictions on use and occupation thereof, which restrictions, except as otherwise provided, are allowed by law, shall run with the land and be binding on the grantor, the trustees, owners of the lots. So the following shall remain in effect for 30 years, and those are A through,
Right, and that was produced in 88.
yeah, so those restrictions are not the development, restrictive development area or the common driveway.
Relative to the master declaration, the owners had an opinion of council that they had expired from 30 years from the May.
So there's no
17th.
common driveway?
The common driveway, I believe, is Sears Lane that they're referring to.
Right. It's not a road, it's a common driveway. And if you're saying all the restrictions in that covenant have expired, there's no common driveway.
That I can't say. I'm not an attorney.
So
But I think that has no bearing on our application.
Well, the bearing is that the restrictive development area. So it says the lot shall have the mutual burden and benefit of the following restrictions, and that's under Section 2. The common driveway in the restricted development area are under Section 1. So under the expiration in 30 years, the restrictions are not.
We have no bearing on that master declaration. It's
Well, the thing is that
put in place.
it prohibits that driveway in the restricted development area.
Again, I'm not an attorney, but we were informed that if it does relate to anything that relates to a structure, and a driveway is not a structure.
Well, it allows for pedestrian and vehicular access over the utility easements on Lot 1 and Lot 4, I think, and this is not either one of those.
I'm not sure what this application has to do with those two.
Well, the only vehicular access is allowed not on that lot, in the restricted development area.
I can't answer that. I'm not an attorney.
So,
Let's delve in a little bit.
so this right here, that's where vehicular and,
All we're trying to do is get an opening through a stone wall at this point.
restricted areas, here, 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 all of this.
And again, I understand what you're trying to do. I'm just trying to make sure that
Yeah.
we abide by,
Well-
you know, what the law is, or if there's a question on it, that we at least get the question answered, so I, in good faith,
Well, it was
can
looked
support
into
this.
relative to that declaration, and it expired, and the parties involved didn't extend it for whatever reason.
Is there any reason you don't want to put the driveway on the other side?
There's a septic system there.
Oh, that's a
On the-
good
It
reason.
says it in the narrative. We have right where the wording is, relative to those 4 trees, the septic system goes directly across from that. And if we were able to do it, we'd have the reverse problem on the north side with the 4 trees.
Do you think we should have town council opine on that restricted development area so we don't
Yeah.
run afoul of,
And again, we could be wrong, but as I read this, it put a question in my head as to, you know, whether we would be allowing something that we
I
may.
mean, isn't it more of a private matter where we have an agreement with an owner to bring an access to, and we're not asking for an additional?
so the thing is, the way I read that restrictive covenants, that the driveway wouldn't be allowed there. So for the planning board to say, yeah, go ahead, and there's a restrictive development area covenant that prohibits that activity, is not something the planning board wants to do.
Yeah.
But if it is expired,
Right, so that's what, my suggestion is we get our town council's
because it
opinion.
said for 30 years, and that was 88. So
Well, so the way I read it, that's not one of the restrictions that expired in 30 years. It's under Section 2, those restrictions
Yeah.
expired in 30 years.
I can, for what it's worth.
You understand what Mimi's saying, that in the declaration, right? Okay? If you go down to Part 2, General Restrictions, right? On page 2 at the bottom, right? It says General Restrictions, right? And the 30-year time frame is for the A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H that follow that.
Yep.
But the
But doesn't it,
But the beginning, like, it doesn't negate the common driveway.
Yeah, but that's not
what it
the general,
appears.
so those aren't the
You know what I
general.
mean? So at the first page, you have, you know, talking about the restricted and the.
right, number 2 also says 30 years, which would be from 1988, no?
Yeah, for the these
following,
conditions that follow
the
it.
following restrictions.
For the A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, not for what's before it. That 30 years is for the general restrictions. So you have to maintain, someone has to be responsible for maintaining the common driveway. And that common driveway still exists, so there should be some kind of agreement for that common driveway.
Right, no one's extended that agreement for whatever reason.
No, but that only, this 30 years only appears to include the items that follow it,
Yeah.
not the ones prior to that. You see what I'm saying? That restriction, Part 2, is for the following, A, B, C, D. Those A, B, C, D expired 30 years, but the whole thing didn't expire for 30 years. Just those restrictions that are listed there after that paragraph, right? Because it says the following. That's what Mimi's trying to relay to
Yeah,
you.
well-
Not the whole thing. but those-
So what we
We
would
didn't
like,
interpret it that way, and neither did our council. That's,
so what we would like to do is have our council opine on it, just to make sure that we don't run afoul and continue this till the 8th, September 8th.
so if this declaration was in effect, how would that affect what we're trying to do?
In my opinion, you couldn't put a driveway on it because it only allows vehicular access through the utility and access easements that are over on the other lots.
Okay. The way we read it was that there was no structure on there, because someone could put a structure there as well. and a driveway is not a structure.
Well, it calls out that pedestrian and vehicular access is allowed on those easement areas also. But I don't know. I'm not an attorney,
Yeah.
which is why I'd like our attorney to opine on it.
Yeah, I think it was determined, Bob was supposed to come, but he couldn't come tonight, so I'm taking his place. But all their opinions were, since it had expired, anything relating to the master deed was null and void.
Okay,
So that's,
I understand
and
that.
then obviously, the council that they asked permission for, obviously, if they thought it was that questionable, they probably would have had the council come. We thought it was going to be more of a, which why they sent me.
Well, I think that, Karina, you did bring this up with Mr. Moss, didn't you? So this was a question he was aware of.
I spoke to him about it, but spoke to you after, when we read the covenant, the restriction, and saw where exactly laid in the declaration that it was pertaining to those facts after. I'm not sure I was able to tell Bob that when he came in to talk to me. But could they, since this is the restricted area, what if they proposed a house up here and a driveway on Lot 7? Would this, is that the same thing that they can't?
It stops right here, see?
Oh, I see.
So they can have a house there.
Okay, so this was where the restriction is. Okay, I see what you're saying. So we don't, the next meeting is not that far off.
It's the September 8th.
Yeah. They're closer together since summertime is pretty much over now. So you want me to ask town council to opine if they're allowed to?
If the development restriction has expired, as it's not one of the general restrictions, the following general restrictions.
Okay, as it's not one of the following, okay.
And if it hasn't, would vehicular access be allowed on it?
Would vehicular access be allowed?
Is that, okay,
In the restricted area.
yeah.
As defined. Okay, town council. And we have to be careful because sometimes we assume that it's all so straightforward and then later it's come around to us where it's been determined it shouldn't have been done that way. And then it's after the fact. So the planning board is a little bit cautious right now, so, when it's not crystal clear, so. Okay,
So we'll get the opinion from our attorney, and we'll be back here on September 8th, and we'll have his decision by then.
Is that when you're going to give us the interpretation, or can we have it before?
As soon as we get it, you can have
as
it.
soon as I get it, so I'll try to put
I'll
it,
relay it to Bob, and he'll probably
follow up with.
follow up.
And we have to, this is a public hearing.
So we have to continue, yep.
So I make a motion to continue the public hearing for 34 Sears Road, scenic road stone wall removal, replace, new driveway location proposed, to 7/10 on September 8th, 2025.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor. Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes?
Demiria, yes?
Russia, yes.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
The next item on the agenda is a discussion item, 144 Turnpike Road, sign application, planning board report to the zoning board of appeals.
Oh, we are back.
Do you want to?
Yes, I'll give you an update. Hold on. these will be the criteria. We don't have official form yet. So, we received this application for 144 Turnpike Road. Planning Board application for a sign was filed with the town clerk on July 30th. And it was distributed to the Planning Board. And the goal of this is a Planning Board report to the ZBA for a non-compliant sign. And it's a wall sign.
Yes, yes, above 20 feet. Everything else should comply.
Yeah, so I'll let, that's what I have, and Shannon can explain more since she's more familiar with it.
Introduce
Oh, hi,
myself
Shannon.
again. All right, so now it's Shannon Boyce, Real Estate Permitting Manager for Capital Group Properties, as Managing Agent for 144 Turnpike Road LLC. So this one is a wall sign for Kenny and Sam's. It's going to be up along the third floor row of the building on the left-hand side. They proposed a couple of locations for it that I believe the tenant is considering. Let me see. So it's going to be about 74.96 square feet, so just under that 75 of Business Highway. North elevation, 42, it says 42 inches high by 257 inches long, so that's at 74.96. And it's going to be a distance of approximately 39 feet and 5 inches high from grade to the top of the sign. Again, not to exceed the roof line.
Thank you. Ms. Houlihan.
Can you come back to me last? Thank you.
Certainly. Mr. Murray.
Hi again, Shannon.
Hey.
Thank you that the sign conforms to our zoning code. Do we have a picture of the sign?
I think, yeah, it says Kenny and Sam's, and then I think if either the page before or the page after should show the little, show it on the building, like superimposed, I believe. Let's see if we can get that. Might be the page after. We shall see. There it is. So, oh, it shows existing. Now scroll down one.
So small, I can't see it.
I know.
That's not what we usually.
In here, I should have
I
it.
apologize that. I should have found it when I was looking through the materials. I don't know
Let me
what's in my
see.
phone. Oh, my God.
Yes. Yeah, there's the little sign mock-up right here. Yeah, it is very small on it. It's very light looking. Yeah, if you go back, yeah, see, very tiny. There they are, teeny tiny up there on the top, the white sign. Oop.
There's a bigger picture up now, Deb.
There it is.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
That's better.
Yeah, Kenny and Sam's up there. And so they had three options, was either put it to the left, to the center, or to the right, if you scroll down right there. So that's what they're mulling over right now for that one, because I guess they get in that top floor area. Or they got that top floor area, they've been there.
Can you give me the dimensions again?
Oh, yeah. Give me that again.
Sorry, I'm looking at this with
So,
Ms. Houlihan.
Yeah, so total square footage is 74.96 square feet. It's going to be LED. Let me see, up to 39 feet and 5 inches high from grade to the top of the sign. So it's not going to extend past the roof line. And for that 74.96 square feet, it measures 42 inches high and 257 inches long.
Okay, so
That.
it complies with the maximum area, but the height exceeds.
Yes, yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And, sorry, the height you said was 40? So
No.
it's more than double?
39 point, it was 39 point,
39 feet, 5 inches
thank you,
from the
Yeah.
ground to the top of the sign.
39 feet, 5 inches.
Okay, I guess I have to ask the question again. Why doesn't it conform to our size? I mean, just like in your own words, like, is it that the sign, they feel they need to have it this large to be able to be seen because the distance from the road? Or is it because it's not going to be illuminated, or just help me out?
Oh, it's LED illuminated, that's allowed on Business Highway.
Yep.
It conforms with square footage. The only thing that doesn't conform is how high up. It's 20 feet up, and I believe that's because that's the floor they're on. So that's why the sign was placed there.
So they want to just go a little bit higher because they're at the top floor.
Yeah, that's,
They want to go
that's,
to.
yeah, my understanding, put that there.
And is there another one on that side? Up?
There's actually no signs on that building yet, no walls. This is the first application I've gotten for that building.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess I just wish that it conformed. I understand, how far is this from the highway, from the Route 9?
Oh, yeah, I have the measurements. There's, if you go in my photos, one of them was the setback measurement. Yep, there's one of them. There it is, right there. I did the measurement right there. You can zoom in.
What is it?
Well, there it is. It's 74. That would be a lot. I was like, that feels like a lot. Yeah. Maybe I measured it in inches.
Okay.
Yeah.
In a way, I don't object, to be honest with you. But in another way, I think this sets the precedent for every sign being larger than our code. And I'm, trying to grapple with, like, are we behind the times? Should we have larger signs? As every new business coming in wants a larger sign, they want it brighter, they want it to show, they want it 24/7.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't necessarily agree with that, because I think then, a sign doesn't really have meaning at that point. But it does need to be seen, so I'll see what my other board members say.
Ms. Brascio.
All right, thank you. Thank you again for hanging around. So, I guess my frustration is, we've, in the last 6 months, sat here and opined on a lot of signs, and we always have the same question: why are they not in compliance? So, I have two frustrations. One is it maybe we need to change our signs? Or the frustrating thing for me is we've expressed our concerns, and we just do a report. It goes to ZBA, and I don't think it's worth the paper that it's written on. My 2 cents. I understand what they're looking for and the need, so I just am very frustrated that it almost seems like we're just a step that doesn't have to be done, because it doesn't matter what we would say or what concerns we express. So that's not frustration with you, Shannon, that's just frustration with the process itself. So, I mean, I'm open. It's not a lot, but again, it continually happens time and time and time again. So I'll just leave it at that.
Are you ready, Ms. Houlihan?
Thanks. Yeah, my only point was that it's 19 and a half feet. It's almost double the size of what's allowed in the district.
Well, not size, height.
Height, sorry, height, exactly. And so I think that I think it does, it continues to set precedent. This is, and my guess, Shannon, and because I don't know, we send these reports, have all your signs been approved?
Yeah, but they wouldn't let me have my whole wall of signs like I wanted last time, so they listened to you on that. You know?
Right,
Yeah.
they said that they would only,
The blanket approval, right?
one sign at a time.
One sign at a time, but they're still approving everything, so it really, it kind of, to your point, it doesn't really matter. Because I gotta say, like, most of these on the buildings that you've been submitting are close to like an additional 50% to 100% taller than what is on our, so it is something that we should think about. Again, I'm gonna probably vote no on that section A, that says, you know, every other thing, the sign's good, it meets all the other requirements of the 5 questions that we have, so, again, thank you for coming, and they'll probably approve it anyway, so.
So I have a different take on this. So there are allowed parameters that are just a building permit, but the bylaw does allow for a special
Yes.
permit for the ZBA to approve something that doesn't meet one of the parameters. If it's too big and too tall, this says you can't do that. So I don't have a problem with it. And I think that back when offices were just, offices, they didn't need, they didn't have different people on different floors.
Yeah.
And they didn't really need the
Signage and
signage.
everything.
And maybe back then you couldn't really do signs on a building. You just had to have
Yeah.
a thing in the ground. So perhaps, I don't know.
Yeah, signs on buildings does seem to be something that's more relatively.
Yeah, it seems more of a
Newish.
trend now.
Yeah, newish, yeah.
So who's,
Oh, yeah.
I am old, you know.
Yeah, we got some precedent.
So who's Sam and Kenny's?
You know what? I believe they're a law firm. I didn't dig into them, I'll be honest.
That's
with you.
not very
I didn't
exciting.
dig into them. I really didn't dig into them, I'll be honest.
Yeah, so that, I think that it's in our bylaw to allow flexibility to those set
Yeah.
parameters. I do have a question for you that has nothing to do with the sign, but we got a complaint about landscaping.
Yes.
And so I did go over there, and it looks, so there are arborvitaes there which are meant to be screening trees, and they've been cleared all the way up. So they're not screening trees.
Okay,
So
so,
I don't know why, if they were like leaning on the parking lot, you could just nip the end of the
yeah,
limb and not remove all the limbs.
Mm.
So they're
they've been
feeding
cleared all the way.
it defeats the purpose. And also, there was supposed to be a fence there,
Okay.
a 6-foot fence all along that,
Oh, yes, that's what we were looking at.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. On Friday, I came out.
oh,
So, yeah, so this is new to me, but yeah, no, I'm aware of this. I believe
So-
Bill had Bill responded to you with some pictures too. I don't know if you had a chance to look at that.
yeah. So he said that,
Yeah.
that just dead trees were removed, but the dead trees are still there.
Yeah, they're trimmed, right, or something?
Yeah,
They're-
but there's
they're trimmed in
still-
there.
The dead trees are still there, but all the trees are trimmed. So I could see right through to that house on Breakneck Hill, and I think that's what the screening was there for.
Okay, all
Um,
right.
So just,
Something else to
just
address.
keep that in mind.
So is he trimming these trees to get the ground cover, the grass to grow under them?
He
Is
said
that
he
the
was
purpose?
getting,
There's no grass there.
no, he said he was getting complaints from
different spot.
tenants
Oh, that's different, okay.
that the trees were hanging and dinging their cars when they would park there or when they would, roll into parking and whatnot. So I guess that's why they trimmed. I don't know why it was all the way up. But I can look into that and see. A situation like that, if it's for cover like that, can you use, bushes? You know what I mean? Like the nice thick bushes? Does it have to be a tree like that? Does it have to be a fence? Can you plant a nice bush that covers up and stuff? Because, I looked at the trees too, and I could see through, and I could see little bits of the house, and I'm sure they could look through and see little bits of the building and everything. But the trees that are there, they're like the huge trees where your branches are way up here, so they're not going to offer you much cover when you're
Well,
at ground
so
level.
those,
You know what I mean?
types of trees are evergreen trees that they did have limbs all the way to the ground, and they're used as screening because of that reason. So they're green all the way from the bottom
So
up.
the big trees in the, behind them, which I think are maples, those are just for landscape, those weren't for coverage, right? I
So
didn't
the
know-
maples are on the other side. They're not
Oh, okay.
abutting they're
Thought
not on
those
the
were-
south portion.
Yeah, because I think I saw 3, of those trees that looked trimmed up when I drove through there Friday after I left Karina's office.
Oh,
Yeah, I think I saw 3 of them, right at that spot where you could kind of look through and you could see the
they were, I
house
think
at
there
that
were
point.
more than, I think they were pretty much all of them,
Really
except for
all?
in the far west corner there.
I'll take another ride out and see. But an option for that would possibly be bushes. Yeah.
Screening, so you.
Yeah, the
so
ones,
that-
that type of, again, I'm not, anything I plant dies, I'll be honest with you. I can't even keep an ivy alive.
Don't plant them.
No. But, you know those bushes you see where they will continue to grow if you don't trim them down, you know what I mean? And some people use them instead of a fence, that kind of a bush. They could probably put in there, something like that,
So anything that will
that will
screen.
cover that.
Yeah.
I'll look into that.
Do they need to be native
I
species?
imagine they
Oh,
probably
yes.
do.
Make sure that's,
All right, I'll look into that.
All right, so back to the issue at hand, the sign.
Yeah.
Sign scale is determined to be in a reasonable relation to the development scale, viewer distance, travel speed, and sign sizes on nearby structures. I say yes.
I say no.
I'll say no.
What happens if I say no?
It goes no on here.
It's just an opinion.
Sorry, I did have my thing on, then I'll say no as well.
Sign size, shape, and placement serves to define or enhance architectural elements of the building such as columns, sill lines, cornices, roof edges, and does not unnecessarily interrupt, obscure, or hide them.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I'm yes, yes.
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 4 yes. Sign design is in harmony with other signage on same or adjacent structures and provides reasonable continuity in mounting location and height, proportions, and materials. Do we have any opinion on left, right, center? No,
No.
okay.
I have no opinion here. There's nothing to compare it to.
I say yes. I think we've seen a lot of similar kind of signs on the buildings on Route 9.
Yeah, I'll say yes also.
I'll say yes also.
All right, just make it 4.
Sign materials, colors, lettering, illumination, so no illumination between 10P and 6A.
Yes, right.
Inform are reasonably compatible with building design, neighborhood context, and use.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, 4 yes. Size, location, design, and illumination are not judged to present a safety hazard to vehicular or pedestrian traffic. Any unfavorable report of the planning board shall indicate which of the above criteria were not met and shall state what modifications to the sign or signs could be made to render a favorable report.
That's a typo in the code. That sentence supposed to be its own, that last sentence is more of a, it's the first sentence. Just so you know, they ran the paragraph. They ran the 5th item in with the paragraph.
So sign size, location, design, illumination are not judged to present a safety hazard to vehicular or pedestrian traffic.
Yes.
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 So 4 yes.
Mimi-
So do we want to explain the majority no on number 1?
Yes, I think we at least need to make some reference or comment.
And just say, I would say that the height is nearly double that of the bylaw. And that is really what is the scale for the property is only 75 feet from the highway. I don't think it needs to be that big, personally.
Big as in high?
High, as tall, correct. So that's my rationale for the no, is all about the height.
That'll work.
Is that
Yep.
an agreement? So what could modifications could be made to render? Like if it was lower, it would be on a different floor.
No, it's not the, it's, if you look at the building, they have concrete, or it's brick between each level.
Yeah.
So what is the height? They're all equal heights of the floors. So I don't know if it matters how tall it is.
Well, so this use is on the 3rd floor, so it would need to correspond with that floor in which they occupy. Like a lower sign, like on the 2nd floor.
No, it's not the height. It's the height of the sign, not the location on the building.
I thought it was the height from the ground.
It's
Yeah,
the
the height from the ground.
It's from the ground to the top of the sign
Yeah.
on the building, wherever it falls from the ground up. The size of the sign is covered
It's
under
in
the
com-
area of
It's
the
in
sign.
compliant with the area.
They have the right area, they're underneath the threshold.
Right.
But the sign is too high on the building. It's
Yes.
only supposed to be 15 or 20 feet or something
It
like
says
that.
20 feet.
Yeah, 20 feet.
Yeah, so it's actually.
So from the ground, 20 feet up.
Sign?
Yeah, no, it's not the height of the sign, it's from the ground to the top of the sign.
Okay, so then I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
So all this time I thought it was for the height of the sign.
The
For
sign
6 years, I've been thinking
Oh,
it's the height of the sign.
So the size of the sign is the square footage, which is the height and the width.
Oh my
Oh, how
God.
frustrating.
Okay, so it makes total sense.
Yeah, right?
That it's at, you don't need to explain it, Karina, we get it.
We get
You don't need to.
I need to change this to 4. Yep.
Okay.
That's
You
a.
you got a perfect score.
It's for like a one-floor thing.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Is that, we all set? Can we
Yes.
all go home now?
I don't know about all, but you can.
You can.
You guys have a
Thanks,
great
Shannon.
night.
Thank you, you too.
In a couple months.
Thank you for all your help.
Shannon, I'll finalize this memo that goes to the ZBA and copy you on it as well.
Thank you. Talk to you
Is
guys
this
later.
on, Shannon, is this on Wednesday?
Is this what?
Is this sign application on the ZBA on this Wednesday? Okay, all right, so I have time. Okay, all right, good. I just wanted to make
You
sure.
got plenty of time. See you guys later.
Thank you.
Thank you. So,
Maybe sign applications.
so can I pull back my frustration at the ZBA then? Because Marnie and I were on the same page on this, so that was why I was frustrated. So ZBA, I'm not frustrated with you anymore. Thank you.
So the next item on the agenda is a discussion CPA withdrawal, and that is Ms. Braccio.
Thank you, and I'm gonna keep this quick. Colin, if you could just put up the slides as to I talk. So the reason I asked Mimi to put this on is I'm the representative to the planning board, and I wanted to give planning board my position on a letter that I wrote and make sure
Planning
that-
Board's representative on CPC.
Did I didn't see it's late? I didn't, yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that correction. So the select board tomorrow night, at a member's request, it wants to talk about the withdrawal potentially from CPA. So I had sent them a letter with the support of CPC, but just I wanted to touch on a couple things that how much it actually costs. On the average tax rate on an $957,000 house, you get a $100,000 exemption, you pay $11,000 in taxes. It's the 1% is on that $11,000 in taxes. So the average home is like $118 a year. So if you can hit the next slide quick, Colleen. And this is what, to date, we've taken in through the local surcharge, 6.1 million, and we've got a state match of 2.4. So, and as of last year, the match has gone down absolutely, but we're still at an 18% as of last year. This year, it's probably going to be increased based on early collections. So I don't know of anywhere where you're going to get an 18% return on your money. And then the last two slides, and you can just leave those up as I talk for a minute, are some of the examples of the projects that this has done. So a letter was sent to the select board, again, sharing the financial impact and that it's difficult to understand why we would walk away from this level of return. Funding for community projects. Many of the projects funded through the CPA that you see on the board might not have been possible if they had to compete with essential capital requests in the town's annual budget. Each year brings difficult budgetary decisions, and the CPA has allowed us to fund valuable projects without increasing the strain on the general fund or the tax rate. Also, another thing to consider is we have outstanding debt obligations. The town still holds CPA-funded bonds with significant remaining terms, some close to 20 years, the townhouse, the library projects. If CPA funding is discontinued, these obligations would need to be absorbed into the regular town budget, which would further complicate financial planning and burden our limited resources. And one of the other points that we wanted to make was for affordable housing, that Southborough continues to face long-term challenges in housing diversity and equity. Currently, over $1 million in CPA funds is allocated to support affordable housing initiatives, an area where additional funding is crucial Eliminating CPA support would seriously hinder progress on this front and reduce access to state matching funds that amplify our efforts. We also asked, we encourage the Select Board to engage in an open dialogue with the CPC about any concerns or considerations, and that a collaborative approach is far more productive than working in silos, especially when we all share the same common goal of acting in the best interests of Southborough's taxpayers. So that was a letter we wrote. That was my position as a member of the committee, was to not support the Select Board doing this. I don't know where it's going to go tomorrow night. I can't imagine with some of these things we brought up, the taxpayers of Southborough would not be supportive of this at a town meeting. I mean, you look at some of these projects. South Union Playground is the only playground on the south side of town. And that probably wouldn't have been done. The pickleball courts, which are like hugely successful at this point. So again, the golf course improvements for irrigation, the trails, the peninsula trails, hundreds of thousands of dollars have gone into this. A lot of people do use the trails in town. So again, I'm just sharing with the board, and I'm hoping you'll support, as your representative, the position that I've taken as your planning board representative to not support this. That's it.
Ms. Houlihan.
So thanks, Lisa, because I'm not staying aware of this situation. So from a perspective of support, I wholeheartedly support your position and the CPC. Do you need us to be in attendance? I know it's too late tomorrow to have all of us there, but.
So CPC wasn't invited to the meeting. We were notified that it was going to, that the conversation, one board member asked for it to be on, and we were notified that it was, and at our last CPC meeting, we decided, since it wasn't a formal invitation to collaborate, that it would be better if we just waited to see what happened. So no, no one from CPC is going tomorrow.
Okay.
But thank you.
Yeah, and then this would have to go to town meeting.
Correct.
Okay. I might make a public comment tomorrow night.
Thank you.
Ms. DeMaria.
As far as I know, every CPC application before town body at town meeting has been approved. This would be hugely unpopular, and I seriously don't understand why the select board would do this. When we think about some of the surveys that we see in town, or even going back to open house survey and things, preserving the historic character of our town, open space, recreation, that's what this is affording us. So I can't even understand why this would even come up as a possibility to put on a warrant. I would propose that we write a letter. Are we thinking, that do we have the opportunity to do that? As a planning board, or just, I think Lisa wrote a fantastic letter. So I would just say that I support Lisa. I'm stunned that this would even come up, and I hope that the select board don't agree to put it on a warrant.
So this was part of their goal. It was a goal brought up by a specific member at their goal-setting meeting. So that's why it's coming up, to be discussed. So, I think this would be extremely unpopular with the residents of this town. When you look at the projects, and you can imagine a playground coming up against a capital need that we have in town. And again, I sat on the select board. I helped kick the can down the road on a lot of projects because it was about trying to keep the tax rate low. And if any of these projects had come in, including like Clander Field's not on there, I mean, you've got fields for the kids and everything as well. So I appreciate that sentiment very much, Deb.
Thank you, Lisa, for bringing this to our attention. I wholeheartedly support your letter. Do you think we should just write a quick, that we are in full support of our representative on the CPC's objection to, just like a quickie thing?
Yeah, I do.
Thank you.
I'm writing the letter on 40B. Can someone take a quick stab at it?
It'd be weird for me to write it.
Okay, I'll write it.
Okay.
No problem. I'll write it.
Yeah, so it can just be a quickie, because their meeting's tomorrow.
Yeah.
And as one of the very small grassroots group that passed CPA way back in the day, it was fully understood that, at that time, we had a 100% match, and it was fully understood that as more towns adopted it, that we would get a smaller piece of the pie. And, 18% is still pretty good. So thank you, Lisa.
I do. Would you want, like, on letterhead or an email? Yeah, if you could send me the template.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you.
So next item on the agenda is planners report.
Okay, planners report. So there's a big scam of websites scraping, or whatever they call it, where they're taking information off of applications that are posted, and then they invoice these applicants like $500, $7,000 to pay the permit fee.
And it looks like it's coming from the town.
Yeah, so it's already been reported to the FBI by several towns. We've informed the IT department here, so they're watching for it. Luckily, we haven't, to this point, had anything for us. What some people are doing are redacting, like in the meeting packets, emails and phone numbers, stuff like that. So we started doing that in the packet this time, just to be careful, even though they haven't come after us. So just be aware of that.
So that was on the Mass Planners listserv, and someone put it out there, and then a million responses. It's happening to us, it's happening to us, it's happening to us. Crazy.
Yes. The Housing Production Plan update, it was submitted to the EOHLC on August 4th and received for review. As soon as that comes back, I'll update you. That's from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund Committee is doing that. Then also, there was the warrant article placeholder for the 55 and over housing cap, the zoning amendment. That's going to be pushed to the September 8th meeting, planning board meeting.
So Marnie and Ellen are working on that, and that's more comprehensive than just removing the cap.
Yeah, there's a small clean energy project. So there was a legislation passed to allow like battery backup systems to be implemented in towns like a 40B. As part, actually more as under a Dover amendment, because they have a piece that may potentially go to solar, and solar is protected under Dover. So the state coordinator for our region reached out to me, and Mimi and I are going to be meeting with him in a couple weeks. He's going to come in person and tell us what we're required to do for if there's any bylaw that we have to instate because of that. This also ties into this Blue Star Energy company that has hired an engineer to help potentially permit for these locations on some of Capital Group Properties locations. And I sent it to you in the email. There's 4 locations. So just getting you up to speed on that. 40 Mount Vickery, it's brought to our attention, someone came in, an appraiser, looking for to confirm the zone of that 40 Mount Vickery, which is Galbankian's property. And it came to our attention that in 2014, it was rezoned per town meeting to industrial district, not Residence A. So the current zoning map we never picked up that change. So while I'm having the MBTA communities added as overlay districts, which they're waiting for me to get them, we'll have them fix that as well and amend it on that. So we'll have at least that updated. There's potentially other things, but until we can look through all the warrants and see what was actually approved back to 2006, if you notice anything, just let us know. We'll update that as well. Just to recap, the zoning amendment, advertising for public hearing, the legal notices we're going to be putting those into the newspaper on this Wednesday. And that's for the ADU and the IP expanded uses. So that'll be done in 2 days. Lara Davis has been working on Residence C District, and there was a question about whether that was for lots or for houses. But she was putting together a spreadsheet and found out that there were actually very few properties that qualified under that Residence C. Anyway, I can't really dissect it.
They're all down by the train station. We
train
found out
station.
when doing
Yeah.
MBTA, because they were all non-compliant with their,
Yeah, and then she had town council review it, and when they first reviewed it, they said it only applies to lots and not building, houses on the lots. And then we discovered there was 174-16, which talks about other things as well. I'm being kind of vague because I can't remember all of it, but Lara's working on it, and she'll put us up to date. And this was triggered by a current property that's non-compliant, that was looking for ways to fix themselves. The last thing is DPW has that project for Woodland Road, and it's a roadway improvement project that includes 4 different roads, and one of them's Woodland, which is a scenic road. And Bill kind of, upon Mimi's informing him, was reminded that he needs to come for any tree removal.
I think they're all scenic roads.
Yeah, they're all scenic roads. I just happen to have Woodland right, because that's the one.
I was made aware of the plans. I didn't know.
Yeah. Okay, and then the subdivision rules and regs updates will be on the next meeting. Alan Belniak's on vacation, and Bill kind of had no problem pushing it to the next meeting. They're going to, Alan's spearheading that, so he'll get us up to speed on that. And then we just have meeting minutes.
Karina, did I miss the native plant?
Oh,
Sorry, no, I had my fan on, and
I'm
sometimes
glad you
I can't
said
hear
that.
so good. So I just wanted to.
no, native plants. So Sam Stivers approached us the other day in the planning office and said, where would somebody go to see what is native plant and what can be allowed? Because we have people asking. And he said, it would be nice if we put that on the planning board website, maybe the Go Botany link. And so I had given him an email from Freddie that outlined where you look for native species plants to confirm, and that was the Go Botany, the land trust. So this item on the planner's report is to maybe trigger this to a discussion item when Freddie has a chance to be here as well, so we can determine, A, do you want it on the planning board website, and B, like, what do we want to put there, what kind of format? And then we can get the website updated. That's all, for a future. Okay.
Perfect. I make a motion to approve the minutes from July 14th, 2025.
I second.
I didn't have a chance to look. Did you make the correct?
I made your changes, yes.
Okay, all right. So they were all, my changes were all like Scrivener's errors, because it had Alan voting on hearings that he wasn't participating in, so. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes.
Brascio, yes.
Make a motion to approve the minutes from July 15th, 2025.
Second.
I
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes.
Brascio, yes.
Our next meeting is September 8th, 2025, and I make a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes.
Brascio, yes.
Happy Labor Day.